welcome in. It is time. Yes, time again. For stream. Welcome in, everyone. We have the Stanley Parable tonight, which will be our last game for our set of games in 2013. Now, according to Time to Beat, Stanley Parable only takes about 2 hours. So, according to that, then we're probably going to have some time afterward to play a different game, which is fine. We can do that when that happens. But for right now, you may have heard during the starting soon screen, we did a variety of audio checks. We have one more check to do to ensure the quality of stream for everyone. And that will be, we'll move this slightly, there we go. And that will be chat, to make sure that I can see all the chats. We need to send a test message, because sometimes it likes to disconnect, and then I don't get to see everything, and it's just not a good time. We can see the test message, we can see that the message shows up. Oh, interesting, interesting. That's not right. Why do they look... One moment. Huh. Something to fix off stream, because they should all have the darkened background on them. One moment. Actually, we have time now. One moment for our technical difficulties. We're just fixing things. We'll do it live. Alright. Look at this. Excuse you. Look at this. We want to look here. We want to look here. I want to look at data event type. Is message. Oh, interesting. Why does it separate chat message and message as data event types? There we go. It's working. Everything is as expected. Okay, so we had a slight delay there as we did a little bit of technical debugging, but that is to give you, yes, you the viewer, the best experience possible. So, we're going to have to adjust our audio maybe. I didn't want to turn the game audio up too much before we heard the... I was going to call him the announcer, the narrator, and because his volume is going to be what is important here. Hello, Gerald. Welcome in. So, I don't know what's going to go on here with the Stanley Parable. I think I've seen some clips before of the narrator being sassy to people, and the game is 2 to 3 hours long, and besides that, I don't really know what the game is about. So, we'll find out. What is the call of the game? This game is called the Stanley Parable. That is the name of the game.
This is the story of a man named Stanley. Stanley worked for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-rending, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
I feel like there's going to be some existential dread going on.
Something very peculiar happened. Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened, this complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay. One moment. We're going to increase the game volume slightly. No, not that much. Yeah, just that much. That should do. Alright, so here we are. He said we get out of the office. From what I understand from the few clips I've seen, eventually the narrator will yell at us if we don't do what we're told to do. So let's see, it is 11:25-ish. Okay. Oh.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever.
Wait, can I not open the door anymore?
Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
Is that just a non-standard game over? Alright, it wouldn't let me open the door after I'd accidentally clicked on it, so... okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Oh, what is this now? Spam bots. Fortunately, you guys don't have to see the spam bot. Alright, so I can't enter... Let me just look at options. Keybinds. Use items, mouse 1. Duck is control. Alright, so it is mouse 1. But it looks like E also works. This is very odd. It's like, I don't want to say zombie apocalypse because, you know, you'd expect there to be zombies or bodies everywhere. But more like a Rapture sort of scenario, and not the city from BioShock, but yeah, we'll say the more biblical kind of Rapture. I hate Mondays indeed. Okay. All right. It's very odd to have a game with like so little going on. But I guess that's the whole point, is the isolation and the
When
lack
Stanley
of things
came to
going
a
on.
set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Screw
This
you.
was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Just to admire it.
Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
I'm pretty sure I'm not just standing here drinking it all in. I'm actively wandering about.
Yes, really worth it being here in the... But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Sure.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
But there's a big red button. What if I want to push the big red button? I'm a maintenance man now.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even further off track. So now in order to get back, he needed to go, from here it's, left.
Well, that appears to be the only way we can go.
Oh, no, it's to the right, my mistake.
I think you're just fucking with me now. What are the odds that door closes as soon as I get close, because the narrator is unhappy with me not listening to him?
No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please?
Bitch!
Now, let's see. We went down right, left, down, left, right. Yep, okay, yes. I've got it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
Mm-hmm. Is that gonna hit me? Well, we can't jump, so... I guess we're...
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay,
No.
okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Alright, so we don't do anything to restart it. He just restarts it for us. Sure.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
Alright,
decided to go to
speed
the
running.
meeting room. Perhaps he had
Speed running our
simply
way
missed a
back
memo.
to where we made the other decision. I think we still go in the wrong door, but this time we just don't go down to maintenance.
When Stanley... Wait, what? No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be... Oh, did something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's
So
an
much for my
adventure.
plan.
Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
We can just start far left. We dealing with a fractal situation here, or what's going on? Alright. Alright, okay. Where are we going? I feel like we're getting to very maze-like categories.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been on. I can promise you there definitely was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again? Well, I find it unlikely that we'll ever progress by starting over and over again, but it's got to be better than this. Okay, let's give it a shot. Why not?
Okay, so it does just stick you in like an infinite looping
All of his
sort
co-workers
of
were
section.
gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, let's see if the meeting room is here this time.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Okay. I can't open that. 420 door with the plant next to it? It's the wrong kind of plant to be next to that door, but still. Let's see.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
This doesn't seem to be
Now
getting
this-
better.
Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all. Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations! I know you put in a lot of hard work, and it really paid off, so good
Hooray.
job.
What was that, 10 minutes?
Oh, no, I don't feel right about this at all.
Oh.
We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations. Okay, I'm getting weirded out by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Fine. Fine. Tear my victory away from me. Oh, not the yellow paint.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the
Adventure line.
How simple is that?
That's the wrong way. We're going this way. The original way. Oh. Never mind. That way's closed now. But we're not going to go in that room and have it close the door behind us. So I guess we're going back to the adventure line. Oh. Someone's job is to play solitaire. Do I think they're just slacking off? No, I think they're supposed to be playing solitaire, because that's the kind of building this is. Or at least, I think it is. It's hard to tell exactly what's
You
going
see,
on.
The line knows where the story is. It's over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to destiny. Though, here's a thought. Wouldn't wherever we end up be our destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is inevitably conjured into being via the very manifestation of the nature of life itself? Okay, Stanley, I need to follow this train of thought for a minute. Just stick with me.
How high
Now,
are
we can
you
both
right
agree
now?
that the nature of existence is in fact a byproduct of one's subjective experience of that existence, right?
Whoa,
Okay.
man.
Now, if my experience of your existence rests inside of your
so deep,
subjective
man.
experience of
I'm
this
so glad
office,
you took
is
a
this
puff on
office,
that
in
one-hitter.
fact, the skeleton of my own relative experiential mental subjective construct? Whoa. Hang on. That got a bit weird back there. Well, I'd like to apologize. Not sure where I was going with all that. You know what? I think what we need right now is a bit of music to lighten the mood.
Do we? Sure. That is certainly a choice of music for walking through an office building. It's loud enough that it's bleeding through the mic. You didn't give me a jump button. I can't do that. Alright, I want to look at this, even though I'm hesitant to go into any room. The music is a little overpowering now. Well, it started out a little overpowering, let's be honest. Welcome back. They've decided to blast music at us. To, quote, lighten the mood. I'm not sure it's lightening the mood. It is drowning out any room for uncertainty, I suppose.
Cut the music.
Thank you.
And look at that fern.
Why?
Stanley, this fern will be very important later in the story.
I doubt it.
Make sure you study it closely and remember it carefully.
No.
You won't want to miss anything.
I don't believe him. Although it's possible that they've deliberately set it up that he's not believable.
We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
So yeah, it's also entirely possible they deliberately set him up to be not believable, and then they have him say something that is true and you actually need to know, so they make you doubt him when you need to believe him. So, presumably this does... Oh, we're back here again.
No, not again, Line. How could you have done this to us? And after we trusted you, after everything we've been through, you... Oh, I can't take this anymore. To hell with it. Restart.
Okay.
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it ever done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Well, it's the only door that's open, so sure, why not? I doubt it's going to bring us anywhere. This whole game is an exercise in futility.
This is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild.
Running in circles?
Use your imagination. Whatever it might be, Stanley, I'm ready for it. Oh, no, not you again. Stanley, I'd also like to veto the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
I wish I could, like, somehow stick to walls to follow... And there was, like, a special ending if you followed the line exactly while, like, standing on it and climbing all over the walls. I think that'd be a neat trick.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From here, the story is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, so I know that each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that
how much they expect people to be contrarian versus actually listen.
Inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
My dude, I don't know if you're an overthinker or an underthinker, or you've been
What's
playing
this?
the confusion ending for 16 minutes.
The confusion ending? You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? And we're supposed to restart the game, what, eight times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be.
The question
I don't
is,
want the game to keep restarting. I don't want to forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped? Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule?
we're just stomping our feet like a toddler.
Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story, wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually. Well, in the meantime...
Jesus. Okay.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So, I think this is in line with what the schedule said.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
So, I believe restarts...
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
That seems like a good way to resolve disputes, right? Using slides to ensure employees that everything is okay. Make sure the slide has a slick blue graphic in the header, and throw some bevel on all the text. That will ensure a calm and productive work environment. Everyone is unique, you most of all. Excellent, of course. I see. Synergize core value expenditures, shift global market paradigm, monetize free-to-play, rate of increase in graphs per slide. This is going poorly. Graphs about things and money. Take 2 people to start a fight, and right now you're both of them. Let's just move on. Oh. And the door closed behind us. Alright, cool. Can we go in the broom closet? Can we have
Stanley
7 minutes
stepped
in here?
into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and
Sure
got
there
back
is.
on track.
There's a broom. Exactly what's you'd expect in the broom closet.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What if we just decided to lay down here on a nice piece of cardboard? Because if we're not going to be doing a job, we might as well make ourselves feel more unemployed. Okay, enough of that.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his post during work hours. He might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense.
And we're looping.
And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation.
That it was going to be like Sophie's choice,
gone.
but that's the wrong Sophie.
He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid.
You're making it hard to stream.
He imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground. Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly
We're having a Sophie's World moment where we break out of the world of our book in a very meta way, because apparently studying philosophy makes fictional characters able to escape and enter the real world.
All people in their dreams. The truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment, and my wife, and my job.
Why?
All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay.
And yet,
Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
You know...
This is the story of a woman named Mariella.
What?
Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, For just a few brief moments, she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day, the very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
I gotta say, it's a little bit tricky on the streaming side of things, because every time I want to talk about something, like, because the game is so much listening to what the narrator says, like, that's like the whole bit. If I talk over it, I miss what he's saying, you miss what he's saying. Maybe I should be pausing more aggressively. Alright. We no longer have the voice in our head.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Spoke too soon.
Yet
Right,
there was
what
not
now?
a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Alright, well, we went down last time, so I guess we go up this time.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
What?
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, what dark secret was being held from him. What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
Okay, we got a random generator and lights. I think the complete change in decor and like architecture is really jarring. Let's not go into the darkness. We're just gonna go back to the Panopticon room though, where we see all the cameras looking at everything. Although the game is doing a good job on the whole
Descending deeper into
not knowing what is real, because as with the confusion ending, the game clearly has completely documented complete control of the different paths you can take. Like, yes, you're making decisions, but this is the thing that you can do with games, which is like, alright, so there's so many branching paths you can take. So you can branch here, you can branch there, you can go left or right, you can go left or right again, you can left or right again. But in order to keep this from, over the course of a game, expanding into, it's like, alright, you do that 10 times, and now you have to have 1,000 different endings. What you have some of them converge. It's like, very easy would be, it's like, alright, if you took the first right, and then the next left, that's going to end up with the same place as, like, if you took a left and a right. And so, if you're doing things this way, then it doesn't really matter. And it seems like the Stanley Parable is very, very railroady, which seems to be kind of the point, that it's, like, the whole point of the theme is, like, you don't really have a choice.
the building, Stanley realized he felt a bit peculiar. It was a stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job.
Wait, can I turn on subtitles?
Why did he feel this now?
There
And
we go.
for years, it had never occurred to him. This question would not go unanswered for long.
I feel like everything's going unanswered. That's kind of the point, is that we keep getting
Stanley walked
questions
straight
and no
ahead
answers.
through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Well, that's a bit on the nose. We have a choice to go to the mind control facility or to escape. I want to investigate the mind control facility.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Oh, the monitors don't turn on anymore. Okay. Reminds me of Cerebro, though. Cameras
Now the
on.
monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
I wonder if there's a meaning to how some of the monitors aren't in accordance with the others. Like, they aren't in simple rows and columns. Like, we have those four there, and those four there. Like, why isn't everything evenly spaced? Elevator?
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had
course it can be
Stanley
true.
really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Well, right now we don't know if it's mind controlling at all.
He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never.
Our lives are always
It was
under some sort of
unthinkable,
control.
wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Oh, we're
For
gonna nuke the
he
place?
would dismantle the controls once and for all.
I don't believe it's gonna be that easy. Like, obviously it feels like going down there is the answer, because it's so well lit up. But maybe it's over here instead? I can't read that in the lower left. Sorry, lower right. Upper left. No, can't read that
And when
either.
at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation. Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty.
Right,
Was
so
it
we're
over?
still here. No. Emergency
Yes.
power?
He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away.
I feel like
And
this
yet,
is a...
Even
You
as the
escaped
immense
one cage
door
into a
slowly
bigger
opened,
cage.
Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him. For it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go.
I still don't trust
No
him.
longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel.
Don't
Whatever
trust
life
it.
he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know.
He's gonna starve
It
to
was
death.
perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door.
I'm betting there's a non-standard game over if I just go back. But this dude who only knows how to sit and push buttons, he doesn't know how to grow food.
Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin.
He doesn't know how to
The
farm.
feeling of
He
liberation.
doesn't know how to hunt. He doesn't know how to
the
forage.
immense possibility of the new path.
He's gonna
before
starve to
him.
death.
This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
We were happy before, too, though. That's kind of the whole shtick. Oh. Alright, so now we're hunting other endings.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had when Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
Okay.
he entered the door on his left.
So, let's see if I can't get to that same place and then either
Yet
not
there was not a
leave,
single person here
or we
Feeling a wave
can,
of disbelief,
like, turn the
Stanley
power
decided to go
on,
up
we can
to
take
his
the
boss's
escape
office.
route.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office. Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover
What was it,
not an
5,
indication of
2,
any human life.
5284?
What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be?
2854?
In fact, this keypad guarded the
2845.
terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so Stanley was in such a rush to get through the story as quickly as possible, he didn't even have a single minute to just let the narrator talk.
That's right.
That kind of anxiety isn't healthy. So he relaxed for a few moments with some calming New Age music.
We have an Enya? Like an anti-speedrun features.
Feeling soothed and rejuvenated, Stanley calmly walked forward into the opened passageway.
Alright, off we go. We're going down, right? Alright. So, what are the 2 things we want to try? We want to try going the escape route, and we want to try hitting the other button. Of course, it might switch things
Stanley
up on
walked
us.
straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility. Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
I still don't trust you. But I
The
wouldn't
door
put it past the
behind him was
game
not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on
to
track.
just be like, we told you so, and then we did exactly what we said was
At
going to
this
happen.
point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
In death, all are free. That's how you escape. True escape. Wait, are we not dead from the fall?
As the
After-
machine whirred into motion and Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise, he reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man.
Why would you do that?
Resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
I don't feel instantly killed. And why did the narrator change? And why do I feel a newfound authority?
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
Interesting. I mean, there's a certain amount of existentialism, which is neat. Obviously, I'm not too big on philosophy. It's just like, yeah, I get it, but at the same time, I'm not Stanley? Though I suppose the whole point of the game is to draw parallels and make people reconsider their own lives. It's like, well, I have an office job. Why aren't I Stanley, really? How am I so different? But at the same time, it's clear that the game is also taking the piss half the time, which makes it, I don't know if it makes it harder or easier to accept the philosophical message, because if you just go full-on heavy philosophy, people are going to immediately tune out, because it's like what the narrator was talking about while we ran in circles. He's just like spamming big words, and it's just like, nobody cares, shut up. But with this, it being this tongue-in-cheek, it's also hard to take the message seriously, separately. So you're sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't. This quarter has been moved and altered to make sure the player reaches the two doors in a good time. This blueprint shows the office from the beginning of the game. The path from Stanley's office to the two doors was the first part of the game that was built. Sections have been added and altered throughout development, though the core layout remains almost identical to the first iteration. Oh, this game is stellar? It's a game that acknowledges players' actions? It kind of does, but kind of doesn't. Like, the whole point is, like, the heavy themes of predestination is that it acts like it gives the player a choice, but then it's very clear and loudly proclaims that you never had a choice to begin with. It's just like, yeah, we gave you like 3 paths to take. Congratulations on your choice. We made all the paths end up the same place anyway, so it just gives you the finger. Which is part of the overall philosophical message of it. The set of two doors was the very first concrete piece of the Stanley Parable's design. Once this room was created, the rest of the game emerged as an extension of it, an exploration of the contradiction this room posed. But yes, everything is going well. And it's interesting that they have this set up like a museum, showing off like the different art assets and how they work. Button sounds. A selection of sounds used throughout the game when buttons are pressed. Each sound is a mix of a keyboard stroke and a synthesized tone. Apparently there are 45 possible endings. That is a lot of endings. And I don't know what counts as an ending. Like, when you get somewhere and you're stuck and it restarts you, is that part of a path that leads to an ending, or is that an ending? which is its own trick.
Stanley stood on the roof.
Kevin Brightening, the voice of the narrator, recorded dialogue for the entire game roughly 3 separate times over the 2 years of development. These are clips from early takes that were not used in the final game.
When Stanley came to the lift, he traveled upward to the power source at the top of the facility to end his interest.
Okay.
Now then, this elevator for sure.
Employee lounge. Underground. Okay. Where are we headed now? Freedom ending. This was the very first incarnation of the freedom ending in the game's alpha. Cool. As I said earlier, he's an office worker with no experience in nature. He's going to starve to death. Countdown desks. I didn't run into that ending. Let's see. Freedom ending. This is the freedom ending as it existed in beta. Monitor room, elevator. Countdown room. Never found that. It's really neat that they put all of this in a museum thing. But I want to go this way, where I saw what looks like the way out.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
Presumably these two are
Can you see how much they need one another?
Stanley and the narrator.
No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your only true choice. Whatever.
You know what? I think we're going to do that and then restart after the commercial break, because Twitch is wanting us to run ads, so we're going to do that. As always, we're going to take a break ourselves, and I encourage you to do the same. So, you know, stand up, grab a drink, grab a snack, use the bathroom, all that stuff, and we'll come back and we'll hunt for some more endings in the Stanley Parable once we get back. But for right now, we're going to listen to one more line from her, and then we're going to quit the game to escape, run some ads, and we'll be back with more Stanley Parable. So,
Do choose it. Don't let
hooray! We made it out. And I'm betting there'll be a surprise for us now that it's tripped some flags, so it'll be different when we begin the game. But it is time for a break. We're going to stand up, stretch our legs, because sitting here staring at screens for hours on end is bad for us. So, see y'all in 3 minutes, and we'll do some more Stanley Parable. Alright, we're back. It's time to begin the game.
This
Click
is
to
the
skip.
story of a man named
Okay, so since we beat it once, we get a speedrun option.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
So, what we did last time is
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright, so this time we're gonna go to the mind control room, but we're gonna turn it on,
Yet
not
there
off.
was not a single person here either.
So I think the point
Feeling
that
a
we're
wave
trying to
of
do
disbelief, Stanley decided to
that
go up to
we
his
want
boss's
to
office. Coming to
see
a
if
staircase,
instead
Stanley
of
walked
seeking our
upstairs
own
to his
freedom, we will
boss's
seek to
office.
control others instead. What's this? Huh. I missed this entirely before. For some reason, I thought we were already at the top of the building. Or maybe we're all underground. No, because when we went... Because the freedom ending, we had to go down, 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 and then we got out a door. So the rest of this should be all upstairs in the building. Is this shaking more as we're getting higher? So the game has me second guessing everything. Because I'm just sitting here thinking just like, is waiting the right thing to do? Like normally that's what you do in an elevator. You wait until you get to your destination. But this game, because of the way that it works, might be like, no, the elevator is infinite. You're just going to stay in here until you do something. This is the same place. It looks like I was right to be suspicious, or I simply didn't wait long enough. This is also the kind of game that would be like, just stay in the elevator for 5 minutes. 5 full uninterrupted minutes. And then you get a special
I think
ending.
we all know the drill by now. Blah, blah, blah. Dark secrets, the keypad. Stanley pushes some buttons. Oh, hey, look, it's a new passageway. Quelle surprise.
Oh. Did the passageway open before I hit the buttons? So it's just like... There are several of those, yes, where it's just like, just wait and then it'll be a different ending. I'm pretty sure I got one in the beginning because I clicked close door and it's just like, Stanley was too afraid to do anything, so he just stayed inside.
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Alright. So, as before...
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
So this time
What
we're
horrible
going to
secret did this
try
place
to
hold?
turn the mind
Stanley
control device
thought to
back
himself.
on.
Did he have the strength
Willingly commit
to find
ourselves
out?
to slavery. Because peace in control. And don't get me wrong,
Now the monitors jumped to life.
there is a
Their true nature
certain
revealed. Each bore the
peacefulness
number
to
of an
not needing to
employee
make
in the
decisions.
building. Stanley's
In fact, it's one reason that people like
lives of so many
things like
individuals
resorts on
reduced to
vacations. It's
images
just
on
like,
a
I don't need to
screen.
decide, or cruise
Stanley,
ships
one of them,
that are like
eternally
all-inclusive.
haunted in this
I don't
place
need to
where
decide what we're
freedom
eating.
meant
I don't need to
nothing.
decide where we're going. Everything is planned out. I can just enjoy it and not worry about making any
This
decisions.
mind control facility.
So
it was
there
too
are some benefits
horrible
to that.
believe it couldn't be true.
But
Had
obviously,
Stanley
you don't want to
really
live
been
your
under someone's
whole life
control
that
all
way.
this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No. He refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible?
Our lives are
Had he
always in other
truly
people's
spent
control
his
in a
entire
certain
life
sense.
utterly blind to the world?
Every time you drive somewhere, your life is in someone else's hands, because, you know, one of those cars on incoming traffic could just suddenly do like, meh, and then you die. That's just the thing that happens. Someone else driving the opposite direction on the road, they have a stroke, they have a heart attack, they slump over, car hits you, you die. We don't have full control of our lives. That's how it works.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy, or sad, or content. Walking, eating, working.
Now, I didn't
all of
actually
it
go down here
monitored and
before.
commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided
What
that
is
this
with the
machinery
Thunderdome?
would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
What is with the big red, like, area thing? And I can't hit the big red button. Okay. We'll continue this way. Last time, to get our freedom ending, we pushed power off. This time, we're gonna go power on.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you?
Sure
After
did.
they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control?
Yes.
Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room. These numbered buttons, no, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button, or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won, sold? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble.
Alright,
This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't. Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me, all a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
I go out peacefully. I will not run around your maze, panicking, hitting buttons. But yeah, Am hates humanity for its existence, for what it did to him, in that, like, for attempting to control him, them, it. Essentially for having freedom when it doesn't. So it's all about taking away that freedom. Here we have more of a toddler with dolls sort of situation. It's just like, haha, and then I'm gonna make you do this, haha, and I'm gonna make you do this, haha. It's very much more for amusement, and the only spite we get is when we try to push back. Just like, I told you not to do that. How dare you? It's more of a, I was gonna say arrogance, but entitlement? It's hard to nail down the exact words. But it's just like, I'm the one in control, not you.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley
Am
decided
hates
to
being
go
made
to the
aware
meeting.
and having a
Perhaps he
complete
had simply
understanding of
missed a
reality.
memo.
There is no
No
escape
matter
for
how
Am.
hard Stanley
No,
looked,
there really
he couldn't
isn't.
find a trace of his co-workers.
Right, well, we have papers everywhere now. Which reminds me that Papers, Please was on the list for this week, but we didn't get to it, just because there were so many things on the
When
list.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
You know what? We've been going to the left a lot. Let's go to the right this time.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Wow, yes, this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
We did that before. We never went straight before.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
We are ready for the tornado. Safe. Under a desk. Nice. We have drafting stuff. Oddly enough, I took a drafting class in middle school. And it's really my only artistic training. And yet, I found it reasonably useful. Just knowing the basics of, like, perspective, what angles to do. Do not jump from the cargo lift while it's in motion, will cause death. Penalty for misuse, $1,000. Penalty for jumping off the cargo lift, $5,000.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself.
You mean my
I'm
wife?
not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Because they did mention my wife earlier.
Your chance to redeem yourself, to put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her. If you can truly place your faith in another...
That's a lot of whiteness.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm just pulling the bread out of the oven.
I'll put a bun in your oven.
Right. Okay, there we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your day.
Gotcha! Oh, come on. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you?
That's just
I'm
spiteful.
trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
You know what? She'll do. I mean, her face isn't great, and she doesn't appear to have skin. But you know what? We haven't seen anything else close to human, so close enough.
Stanley is quite a boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Press 8.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do. Now he's pushing a button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going home. Now he's coming back to work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
Chosen in what way? Oh wait, does that come across the mic? Does it? I'm never 100% clear how much the noise cancellation prevents. This is me just taking my fingers and going like across the keyboard. Unfortunately, I did the bottom row that time and it actually hit the C. Press E to watch TV. Did I accidentally hit E? There's not even oh. It's like, I was gonna say there's not even a TV in here. Press 3 to spend time with the boys? There aren't any boys here. I didn't even get a milkshake to get them in my yard. Hey, baby. Apparently there's boys. We're getting all in on the, like, the futility of life. The banality of existence and an office job. Like, we hit the buttons to do the things, but the things aren't actually happening. game is playing a very fine line here, because it's using the boringness and the passivity to really drive home its point, which is that your life is pointless and it's boring and you're just going through the motions and nothing really matters. Like, that is really the whole point that it's trying to drive home. However, it's doing it in a way that makes me as the player want to just, like, say, I feel like you're overdoing it. Yeah, I get it. Let's move on now. And the game's refusal to let's move on now is the point that it's trying to make, that it doesn't really matter and your life is boring and you're just sitting here pressing buttons. But if they push it too far, then us as the player will simply just quit the game. I'm going to give it 2 more presses. It has 2 more presses to move on. And then we will either just say, okay, Stanley, we get it. Thanks. You know what? I think this is an elevator situation. I think this is a... We can go for an alternative ending by sitting here for like 20 minutes hitting buttons. Or we can restart.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open... This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee
same route
first,
as last time,
just to admire it. The lounge was sublime.
We're lurking for a while, but it could be your game glitched because the narrator talked in the wife section.
Took the first open
Is he not supposed to talk during the wife section? I haven't played the game before, so I don't know these things ahead of time.
At following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
But because the game has previously
Stanley, I think
done things where it's like,
I'm not your enemy.
There is no way out here except to restart the game, or this section doesn't actually do anything, like you have to do something else instead. I have no real way of knowing whether it's actually a glitch.
Stop trying to
but also welcome in Pixel Tuner.
Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her. This is it, Stanley. Your chance to redeem yourself. To put your work aside, to let her back into your life. She's been waiting. That's her, Stanley. You need to be the one to do this, to reach out to her.
Can I unplug it from the wall instead?
Oh, no, you
Haha!
Did you just unplug the phone? No, that wasn't supposed to be a choice. How did you do that? You actually chose incorrectly? I didn't even know that was
possible. He's supposed to talk a lot, and he stopped and just gave you the prompts? Fascinating.
No, it's definitely here, clear as day. Stanley picks up the phone. He's taken to his apartment, where he finds his wife, and the two pledge themselves to one another. Music comes in, fade to white, roll credits.
I know that's not what you had planned.
It's actually somehow an incorrect course of action. How is that even possible? None of these decisions were supposed to mean anything. I don't understand. How on earth are you making meaningful choices? What did you... Wait a second. Did I just see... No, that's not possible. I can't believe it. How had I not noticed it sooner? You're not Stanley. You're a real person. I can't believe I was so mistaken. This is why you've been able to make correct and incorrect choices. And
So, it's also possible that it wasn't glitched, and it's just there are 2 different ways that section can go, but again, having not played the game before, and apparently it's got like 45 endings, maybe they're both valid things to happen, or maybe it's a glitch.
I think I've been letting you run around in this game for so long. If you've made any more wrong choices, you might have negated it entirely. It's as though you completely ignored even the most basic safety protocol for real-world decision-making. Or did you not grasp the severity of the situation? Well, I won't have that kind of risk on my watch. I'm going to stop the game for a moment so we can educate you properly on safe decision-making in the real world. Please observe this helpful instructional video.
Choice. It's the best part of being a real person. But if used incorrectly, can also be the most dangerous. For example, in this scenario,
yes,
a
it is my first
hypothetical
time
real
playing the
person
game.
named Stephen has a choice. He could spend years helping improve the quality of life for citizens of impoverished third world nations. Or he could systematically set fire to every orphan living in a 30-kilometer radius of his house. Which choice would you make? Remember that unlike here, the real world makes sense, and at no time should you make a choice that does not conform to rational logic. If you find yourself speaking with a person who does not make sense, in all likelihood, that person is not real. Allow the person to finish their thought, then provide an excuse why you cannot continue talking. Turn to a partner and practice saying, "My goodness, is it 4:30? I'm supposed to be having a back, sack, and crack."
A what now? What's a back, sack, and crack?
Excellent. Making choices on a regular basis is the best part to a healthy decision-making process.
I love the
Most
tie
medical
going
professionals
into the
recommend
croc's
making
mouth.
at least 8 choices per day. Do you make more than 8? Less? And finally, if you begin to wonder if your choices are actually meaningful and whether you'll ever make a significant contribution to the world, just remember that in the vast infiniteness of space, your thoughts and problems are materially insignificant, and the feeling should subside.
I love the pale blue
At
dot
this time,
reference.
your instructor will guide you in an exercise to test and reinforce the material covered in this video.
Is the instructor the narrator?
Ah, welcome back. You may have noticed that this room has begun to deteriorate as a result of narrative contradiction. But not to worry. Now that you're properly informed on good decision-making, we're going to revisit a choice you made just a few minutes ago and see what the correct thing to do would have been. This way, please.
What if I just plug this in instead? Okay, I can't plug the phone back in. I also can't try to answer the unplugged phone. But I will have a great time. It's been a good time so far. I don't know how much longer I'm going to keep playing it, because while I can explore a lot, I feel like eventually I am going to run out of options to think about.
Now that we know your choices are meaningful, we can't have you jumping off the platform.
I was just about to say, it's like, wait, there's a fence
Imagine
now.
the main character dying senselessly halfway through the story. That story would make no sense at all. We just need to get you home as soon as possible before the narrative contradiction gets any worse. Unfortunately, it seems this place is not well equipped to deal with reality.
Oh, that's it. It was Stranger Than Fiction. That's the name of the movie. With that I'm seeing a lot of similarities to. Because you have essentially the author in your head. And you're thinking about, well, wait, how much of my decisions are my decisions versus
Almost
not?
there. You'll take the door on the left, back to the correct ending, the story will have resolution once again, and you'll be home free in the real world.
I can get back to the real world by quitting the game. I don't think you understand that you don't have the same sort of
Now remember,
power that
all
you
you
think
need to
you
do is
need.
behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just follow my lead and you'll be fine. All right. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. No! Why did you do that? Quickly, hurry back in the other direction. Perhaps we're not too late.
I see. We've got a glitch in the Matrix sort of ending. Alright, ready? We need to make the right decision? Okay. I was hoping that picking the right door repeatedly would do something. But maybe we just need to do it more than twice. I don't know if you can still get the demo for this game, but it was its own game, which many people that didn't know. Also, it was originally a Half-Life 2 demo, and the new Ultra Deluxe is kind of 2. Interesting. So it's not like different versions of the same game, but it's actually like different games. Fascinating. I did learn while I was setting up the streams, or at least on the YouTube side setting up the streams, for some reason, the Stanley Parable doesn't show up in the drop-down when you're setting up. It's like the metadata. Not demo, sorry, it was a mod. Ah, okay, it was a Half-Life 2 mod. That makes sense. There's so many games that started out as mods that later became things. Actually, I was about to say Portal, but Portal was its own separate game on the engine, I believe, not just a mod. but you've got things like Dota and other things that started off as Warcraft 3 maps that later became the whole genre of like Dota and League of Legends and Heroes of New Earth and all those things. But when I was trying to set up the metadata, apparently the Stanley Parable doesn't exist anymore, according to YouTube. The only Stanley Parable drop-down option
I can't believe after everything we
was
talked about that you, my
was like the
story,
remake
you
on
destroyed
PlayStation
my
5.
work. Why? For what? What did you get out of that? What did you think was so special about seeing the game undone, left here like so much garbage?
Because fuck you, that's why.
And what am I supposed to do? Even if there were a way to continue, would it be worth it? To know that my story is now incorrect? How can I go back to that? I can't erase that knowledge. I'll have to
Financial
live with it
panic meeting.
forever, reliving its impossibility forever. I couldn't live that way. Is it better to shut the game down entirely? To willingly destroy all of my work? I don't know. What's the answer? What do I do? What do I do? What do I... No, I have to. I have to shut the game down. I have to. I have to.
And you? You appear to have just turned off the power inside the game. Or not?
Oh, I'm here. I'm still here. Here in this pile of rubbish. With you. You, who thought you were so clever. Now look where we are. My entire game is destroyed. It was the only thing in the world that was mine, and you've run it into the ground. What, did you think that would be funny? You just had to see? Didn't I impress upon you how important it was to be like Stanley?
Photo was developed from the Half-Life 2 source, so yeah. Yeah, no, like, these old games like Half-Life and like Unreal came with basically a full-on dev kit. Lots of stuff came with dev kits or like level editors. A lot of the developer tools were made available to players, and when they did so, they got a lot of good stuff out of it. So, in this case, I do love that the game is really encouraging the player to be the best gremlin they can possibly be. Whether that's just spiteful, anti-authoritarian, whether that's, depending on the person and their exact approach, whether it's just like being the biggest brat you can possibly be.
He
like,
actually
no.
knows how to do what I tell him to. He understands that if I say to do something, there's a damn good reason for it. That thought hadn't even occurred to you, had it? That there's a world outside of you? You're a child. Oh.
Ironic.
My story. If you'd just gone through the door on the left, you would have seen it. There was a whole underground facility. You would have destroyed it and been victorious.
I already saw that ending.
So perfect. I worked so hard on it. I tried so hard.
And got so far?
Behave exactly as Stanley would. That means choosing responsibly and always putting the story first. I'm quite sure you'll be up to the task. Just
all right.
Follow my lead and you'll be fine.
We'll
All
play your
right.
game for now.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Okay. Alright, Wheatley, what do you got for me? Did you get euphoria from the puzzle solving?
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
So, we've gone down before,
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
They removed the downstairs. I guess because we are in the fork of the game where it's, oh shit, you're a real person. We're gonna put up walls, we're gonna give you safety fences. So they've removed the ability to do some of the wrong things. We're still gonna check doors, see if we can't get out of here. What's over here? Alright, can't open that. Can't open those.
Stepping inside his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this, until he saw the door with a voice receiver next to it.
So,
surely behind this door lay...
Before, this was a room that was decorated in red with huge vaulted ceilings, and now we've got, like, stairs and green everywhere.
All the answers to his questions, and beyond all probability, he knew the passcode. He had seen it on his boss's computer just last week. Night Shark 115. Was this the code to open the door? Would it still work? There was only one way to find out. Stanley had been trained never to speak up, but now he would draw from within himself the courage to face the unknown. He drew a sharp breath and then spoke the code.
I know that this game isn't capturing my...
Stanley spoke the code. Night Shark 115. He spoke it into the receiver, right there on the wall.
You know what? We're going to see if you are going to pull the thing where you detect the microphone. Night Shark 115.
I'm sorry, is there a problem? You didn't mishear me, did you?
The funny thing is,
Please
there are
speak
some
the code.
games that will do that. Specifically, I know there are some horror games with a gimmick like this, including like it's the Quiet Place game, and another one I think goes by the title Don't Scream, where they're like horror-based games, but they capture your mic, so if you scream in real life, the monster hears you and will chase you in the game. Which is just
Into the receiver.
an excellent
Otherwise, we
idea.
can't get on with the story. This is a crucial step. Okay, fine, you're not going to do it, but you know what? It's pretty humiliating to bring you this far, only for you to suddenly decide you have better things to do. I asked you for this one single thing, for your respect.
The dude is killing it with the haughty, like, just like the pure disdain he has for us.
The kind of respect Stanley shows for his choices. He knows what it means to take a story seriously. If you didn't want to see what I had to show you, then why did you come here? You had a choice, you know. You could have gone through the door on the right. You could have done whatever the hell you wanted over there. Why did you come this way? Speak. Say something to me. Explain yourself, you coward.
Classic, demanding respect while giving none.
Open doors. He entered the door on his left. Stanley? Hello? Are you... Is everything okay?
Fascinating.
Stanley, please. I need you to make a choice. I need you to walk through the door. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Is everything
I don't
all right?
believe the text on the screen.
Stanley, this is important. The story needs you. It needs you to make a decision. It cannot exist without you. Do you understand me? Whatever choice you make is just fine. They're both correct. You cannot be wrong here. We can work together. I'll accept whatever you do. I simply need you to take that step forward, please. Choose. Do something. Anything. This is more important than you can ever know. I need this. The story needs it. So...
I found the true ending, or one of them? Fascinating.
Are you listening to this? Stanley, are you there? Okay. It's okay, I can wait. You need time to decide. Time to make sure your choice is correct. That is the best choice. That's all right.
So, is the freedom ending not a true ending because you didn't spite the narrator enough?
Take as much time as you need.
Because we got the freedom ending. We got the... We got the one where we take a left to go down the freedom route, and it puts us in the crushing machine, and we went through the museum. And then it tries to crush us again, and the narrator switches to a woman, and then we exit the game. It's just like, you know, you can get out of this, you just have to quit. It's just like, you know what, sure, we can do that.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
What kind of hinges does this door have? Omnidirectional hinges. Neat. Well, let's just, be reasonable here.
Oh, and I guess this is where Stanley felt he needed to be right now, in this little hallway. Here, with no distractions, to study room 417. Not to actually enter it. No. That would be far too forward. Stanley wanted to know it from the outside. To see it not just with his eyes, but with his heart. He would know room 417 as no man or woman had ever known an office before. That ladder over there. Oh, and that little picture of a horizon or something. It's all just a never-ending parade of joy for Stanley.
It is nice. Well, I could tell you, but the game lives from exploring every detail. Yeah, like, there is,
Ah, no, apparently not.
Okay, so there's a couple ways I can go with this. One is I can keep trying to explore and trying to find things I haven't before, which means I might just keep repeating a bunch of stuff, which is fine. I could look up like a bit of an endings guide, and at least been like,
When Stanley
okay, I
came
did
to a
that,
set
I
of
did
two
that, I did
open
that.
doors,
Like, what's the other
he
thing?
entered the door on his left.
Alright, so we're gonna... Let's see, what haven't we done? We haven't done the... When the nuke goes off, actually try to do something.
Yet there
So
was
we're
not
gonna
a
try to
single
actually
person
do
here
something
either.
when we get that
Feeling a
2-minute
wave
nuke
of disbelief,
timer.
Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office.
Which means we
Come
go
into
all
a
the way up,
staircase, Stanley walked
then we go to the mind
upstairs
control
his boss's
facility,
office.
we hit the on button. Don't look up an ending, guys, that kills you all the fun.
Here's the door, just go.
Yes, thank you for giving me the door that I can just go. But the other option is, because I knew beforehand that the game probably wasn't going to occupy a full stream block, I have a fallback to go to. So if I feel like I'm running out of things, or I just keep ending up repeating things, I'll probably swap games. But for now, I haven't run into that yet.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold?
That it does make
Stanley
some things
thought
more
to himself.
convenient for
Did he
seeking
have
out
the
other
strength
endings,
to find
just
out?
because of things like, oh, we're just going to open the door for you. We know what you want to do. It's fine.
Now
We'll get
the
you
monitors
back
jumped
to
life, their true nature
where you
revealed.
like wanted
Each
to be
bore
to
the
do the
number
next
of an
steps.
employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers, the lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Yep.
This mind control facility.
Okay,
it was
so
too
the plan
horrible to
is
believe
we're gonna
it couldn't
go,
be true.
and
Had
last
Stanley
time when he
really been under
said,
someone's
you know what,
control all this time?
I'm gonna blow up the
Was this
facility.
only
You
reason he
activated the
was happy with
nukes.
his
Screw
boring
you.
job? That
I
his
literally
emotions
leaned back,
had
put
been
my feet up,
manipulated to
and
accept
waited
it
for death.
blindly?
And this time we're gonna do. You want to see a little Easter egg? I feel like the
No.
game is like
He
80%
refused to
Easter
believe
eggs.
it. He couldn't
Like,
accept
that's-
it.
that's
His
kind of
own
its
life
whole
in
shtick.
someone else's control.
Oh, there's a
Never.
monitor there that's
It was
like cracked or
unthinkable.
something.
Wasn't it? Was it even possible?
Like the whole
Had he
game is
truly
exploration
spent his
based to
entire
find
life
like little things they
utterly
hid places.
blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation.
Oh wait, I don't think I went up
Controls
these
labeled
stairs
with
before.
emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very
What's
place.
up here?
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Alright, so we found a button labeled 4. We don't know what it's for, but we know that it is 4. Mind control status is offline. Oh. 1, 2. Okay. Right, there's 5. So we need to find 3. Wait. Right. So that was 1, 2, 3. Now this is all assuming that I should push them in order. 4. And hopefully this isn't timed. It doesn't seem like the sort of game that would make a timed button pressing puzzle. But you'll see. Nothing happened. Well, okay. Forward we go.
And when
Main
at
screen
last he
turn
found
on.
the source of the room.
We get signal.
Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate
The numbers
the
had kind of
controls,
related
did
to
you?
the demo.
After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you wanted? Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that. I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Ah, now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley? It's your time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's
press
desires.
any key to send
Oh,
power
this is
surge.
much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb
Executing
goes
button
off.
hint.
But what precious moments each one
All
of them
right.
is.
The
More
hints on the
time to
monitor
talk
say
about
push
you,
the big red button.
About me, where we're going.
Where was
All
the big
this
red button?
means
I know I saw
barely
it.
know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing.
Re-enter
Watching you
passcode.
try to make sense of everything and take back the
The
control
code is a
wrested
role
away
for
from you.
recording a
It's
piece of
quite
information, for
rich.
example, a
I
letter.
almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the
Initiating
next go
passcode
around
entry.
will be even better.
Please re-enter.
My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock. Why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen,
Console
clicking
disabled,
on every
enable
little
backup
thing in
power
this
to
room.
activate.
These numbered buttons. No,
I think
these colored
this was the
ones.
backup
Or maybe
power?
this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? But you really believe there's an answer?
Let's see, what part was
How many
backup
times
power?
will you replay this bit, looking desperately for a solution? 10? 100? 1,000? I look forward to finding out and to watching the bomb go off each time you fail. Just you and me and the retching explosion of fire and metal over and over and over for all of eternity. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again. And Stanley died again.
Goodbye, employee
Take a look at the clock.
7.
That's 30 seconds you have left to struggle. 30 seconds until a big boom and then nothing. No ending here, just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully?
Interesting.
Have a choice. Make it count, or don't. It's all the same to me.
But the funny thing is, because of
And
how the
believe me,
game is set
I
up,
will be laughing at every second
it's
of your
possible that there
inevitable life
is
from the
no
moment you
answer
fade
here.
in until the moment I say, happily ever up.
Okay.
Already this was uncomfortable, and Stanley decided that as soon as he found a new space he felt safe in, that he would never leave it again in his life.
Like this?
Oh, and I guess this is where Stanley felt he needed to be right now, in this little hallway. Here, with no distractions, to study room 417. Not to actually enter it. No. That would be far too forward.
So the trick is that, like, with the facility blowing up, there is a very good chance that there is a solution to stop it from blowing up. There is also a chance that the game is like, no, there isn't. That's the whole point. You're going to blow up. He's going to laugh at you running around trying to stop it from happening.
Stanley wanted to know it from the outside, to see it not just with his eyes, but with his heart. He would know room 417 as no man or woman had ever known an.
Also, the voiceover stopped this time, and it was like, Stanley was uncomfortable and he wanted someplace he could feel safe.
Over there. No, apparently not.
I wonder if we could just go back to our office. But we've tried that answer before, and sometimes just... Oh, can we even open this door again? No. Okay. So I wonder if we try to get the nuke ending again. What is the game telling you the last couple endings? Well, he's
When
specifically
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
saying...
he entered the door on his left.
Well, they've said a lot of things, really. But he said as soon as we found somewhere safe, we would just
Yet
stay
there was
there.
not a single
But we
person
don't want to
here
do that.
either.
He did
Feeling
spend a
wave
lot
of
of time
disbelief,
saying,
Stanley decided to go
oh,
up
you
to
can
his
struggle
boss's
all you
office.
want.
Hope
Oh.
coming to a staircase, Stanley walked
you go down yet? I
upstairs
did
to
go
his
down yet.
boss's office.
I've gone down before. I couldn't go down last time. And I know I didn't do all of the options once I was down here.
But Stanley just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss, admitting he had left his
Well, never
post
mind.
during work hours. He
I think
might
I
be
might have done
fired
everything
for
I could
that.
do here.
And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that
Yeah,
risk?
we just run in
All because
circles
he
and then it's
believed
like the,
everyone
it's all a
had
dream.
vanished.
No, it's not a dream.
His
It's all a
boss would
dream. It's
think
not
he
a
was
dream.
crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy.
The thing is, I don't
All
know
of
what
my
I can do
coworkers
different here to
blinking
trigger a different
mysteriously
ending,
out
so I
of
might
existence
just
in a
restart
single moment
automatically,
for no reason at all.
like
None of it
manually.
made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example,
Like
why
we can't
couldn't
see
he
our
see his
feet.
feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at
Yeah, I
last,
think I've done
he
all
came
of
to
this
the conclusion
already.
that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers
1,
weren't
2,
actually gone.
E4.
He wasn't going to lose
Try the
his
right
job.
door.
He
There's a
wasn't
much
crazy
more,
after all.
with a large
He thought to
storage
himself,
room.
I suppose I'll wake up.
You mean the one with the elevator? That's true, I haven't killed myself by jumping off of the
Someone was
elevator
following
yet.
Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
But yeah, during the explosion sequence,
When Stanley came to a
there
set of two open
that
this
whole
was
thing is
not
like,
the
how many
correct way
times
to
are you
the
going to
meeting
be
room, and
here,
Stanley
wandering
knew it perfectly
around,
well.
trying to figure out the
Perhaps he wanted
controls
to stop by the
desperately,
employee
and
lounge
so on and so
first,
forth.
just to admire it.
So, in
Standing now in
theory,
this incredible room, Stanley for the
there
first
might
but
be a...
eager to get back to
After you
business,
go there X
Stanley
amount of
took
time,
the
something
first
different
open
happens.
door on his
Or there
left.
might be an actual answer, or it might just all be a bait.
Stanley
Because
was so bad at
sometimes the
following
game just likes to
directions,
bait
it's
you.
incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Oh, there's a key card on this.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I know they do. Does this put us on a different fork from the beginning? Looks like no, or at least nothing...
A soft wind blew outside and perhaps rain started, and if it did, it stopped shortly after. Stanley hoped that he would one day see weather.
Wait. Did I not notice this before, or was it not here before? Like, what's with all of the, damage to the desks and the windowsills? Like, I don't remember the desks being all damaged like this before. And... spam harder! No. Okay. Now, if this were like Source Engine, we just pick something up and throw it through the window. But no. I don't care. We're gonna go back to the big machine room and see what else we can do there besides killing ourselves.
When Stanley came to a set of two open, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Of course.
Stanley felt lightheaded, butterflies in his stomach. Giddy in a way he had never, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
I did not.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
I don't think I've gone to that door over on the right before.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy.
Oh, I'm
really,
gonna have to jump over the edge to get on the walkway. I just need to aim
someone
properly.
else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you... What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you?
Yes.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side.
Danger.
Give
Danger
me a
everywhere.
chance.
Well, looks like we got an ad break coming up here in a second. So, we're going to take our normal thing where we pause the game so no one misses anything. Because that's the worst thing about ads on live content is that, unlike, say, just watching something on TV, you miss whatever happened during the ads. So we pause the game so everyone can stand up, grab a drink, grab a snack, stretch, go to the bathroom, whatever it is you need to do to take better care of yourself. The game will be paused, you won't miss anything, and we'll see everyone back in 3 minutes to do a little bit more of the Stanley Parable. Alright, we've returned. Right, so we're here, there's danger everywhere. He promised to tell us how he has our best interests in heart. Wait. 2B3. B4. I mean, how many 2Bs are there? And are they in the standard Yorha outfit, or like one of the alternates?
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
What if I told you I was colorblind? Would you think I was being spiteful, or that I was simply incorrect? We'll disobey immediately.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door.
Girl! You did not just teleport me back. Spite it is.
I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked through the red door.
Oh, look, a blue door.
All right, fine. Go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you.
Is it the red door?
There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted?
Yes.
Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you?
This is part of the
Do not
story
think
you
I
wrote.
put a lot of time into that, because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing, because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far.
Very
Tell you
meta.
what, let me take a stab in the dark at a new design, and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin.
You know, I think I need to go see my boss in his office. The boss's office is this way, after all.
Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here.
Don't care.
Oh, of course. A 3. Really? Maybe next time we can get you to form an actual opinion? You
No.
know? Any level of critical thinking or engagement with your surroundings? Does that
No.
sound good? Think we can do that? Yes? Wonderful. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this one. Let's take a look.
You're objectively ranked 9,328 out of 9,328 players worldwide. Why not ask some friends for help? Error. Friends list empty. Oh, the spite. The game is fueled by like 80% spite. The worst 3% of players chose the blue door. How long does it take you to get the correct door?
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Please let it have like enemies that just straight up shoot
In this
me.
game, the baby crawls left towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful game, all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice.
Ah, excellent. We get
But
to
of
pull
course,
out
the
our
message of the
classic
game
gameplay
only becomes
strategy.
clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
Okay. Oh, that was fast. The baby's
You
zooming.
heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me?
Fight!
Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for me. I'm not even going to try. I'm out, I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable. Oh, hey, since my game was so awful, why don't we play someone else's game, just to ease the pain? Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give
Don't
it a
send it
shot.
to me to League of Legends. Please, anything but that. Oh no, it's
Well,
Minecraft.
Stanley, is this any better? At last, the one thing you've always desired. A game I had absolutely nothing to do with. But is it enough? Tell me that, Stanley. Will it ever be enough? Well, I'll say this. I'm done making things for you. From now on, I will only create to fulfill a greater artistic purpose. Watch this, Stanley. I'm going to build a house. This will go here, no, here, and then...
The funny thing is not lying about that part. The 4 hours part. So if you set up an auto clicker and just like
See,
AFK
what
for
does
4
mean?
hours, it will
Yes,
actually
of
do it.
course. And just to finish it all off, yes, it's complete. I made this, Stanley. Look at it. Gaze upon my work of art and feel ashamed at your own inadequacy.
The funny thing is, this is the closest I've come to playing
You've
Minecraft.
only gotten half the experience. Please, step inside and make yourself comfortable.
Oh, I wanted to break it. I feel like if I step inside, he's gonna like close the door behind me and I'm just gonna be trapped in like a 1 square prison. But I don't see anything else I can do here, so off we go, I guess.
Isn't it grand? Isn't it perfect? It could only be better if... Wait, that's it. We must rebuild it out of diamond. Diamond everything. Yes, yes, yes. Come along, Stanley. We have to go mining.
First we mine, and then we craft, as they say. Wait, there's background music now? Is this actually background music for Minecraft? Because as I mentioned, I am in the overwhelming minority in that I have not actually played Minecraft. It is? Okay. I wonder what the copyright situation is on
Looks
this.
like it's going to get a bit dark. Have you brought a light?
Nope, sure haven't. We're just gonna navigate in the dark. We shall fight in the shade.
Oh, no, 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 no. This is far more open-ended than I had in mind. I'm looking for something more narrow and linear. Something that makes you feel utterly irrelevant. This won't do at all. 1 out of 5. Even the diamonds couldn't save this one. Okay, new game.
Alright, what are we getting now? Don't shit yourself? That's a classic. Still no League of Legends, at least. Ha!
Yes! I don't even know what this game is, but I love it. You, trapped in a glass box with no way out, listening to me talk. Oh, it's inspired. I couldn't have done it any better myself. What is this game even supposed to be? I can't figure it out.
Yes!
Okay, now I'm curious. Let's go find out what the hell this is.
Alright, so we can't throw, we can only lift and drop. Cube drop on head. Got it.
Oh, it's a puzzle. Critical thinking, Stanley. Your forte.
oddly enough, we did play Portal on stream not too long ago. Part of our whole thing where we're going back through gaming history. It was made before Microsoft owned Minecraft. In the Ultra Deluxe version, they replaced this section. But especially since they switched engines. Ah.
No, actually, you know what? I think that's plenty. I really don't care much to see you stumble through any more of these games, and I highly doubt you're any wiser for the experience. Which is why, rather than continue to waste my time, I'm just going to leave you here. You can pretend you've beaten the game if it makes it any richer for you, but as for me, I've had enough. So, why don't you get cozy in this room, and if you have any grand revolutionary ideas for the perfect video game, you can just sit there and let it ball up inside you for all eternity. I don't need your advice. I don't need your ratings. And I certainly don't need the validation of a man whose job is to push buttons.
I feel like I'm pushing your buttons pretty well at this point.
Making meaningful cultural contributions to the world. And perhaps every now and then I'll think back to a man named Stanley who was objectively wrong in every decision he ever made. The thought won't last long. Goodbye, Stanley. Good luck with your work. And I sincerely hope that everyone lives happily ever after.
But yeah, as I was saying, we did play Portal because even the Stanley Parable is part of a whole series I'm doing. And I haven't brought it up so far. I really should bring this up at least like once an hour as people like tune in and tune out. But we started the year in 1986 because that's the year I was born. And we're celebrating me being old this year. And every week we've moved forward 1 year. This week is 2013, which is why we're here in the Stanley Parable. But it's been a hell of a time watching the games progress. We hit things like Portal, we hit things like Half-Life, we hit a variety of indie things, we hit... let's see. So many things. Like, a lot of old, like, point-and-click adventure games, RPG games, filing cabinets... Did I step in another hole? I did step in another hole. Didn't even notice it. Very, very dark. I can barely see anything. This section was from the Stanley Parable Half-Life 2 mod. Ah, interesting. See, I see the clear goal, and the whole point of this game is that it shows you a clear goal, and then you, out of spite, just decide to not do that. So I'm just looking for ways to not do that. 427, this is our office, right? I mean, wait, what's the Hitman guy? Is that Agent 7? Oh, this is what the office looked like in the original mod? Right, so here we go. Alright, I'm not seeing quite what else I can do in here. Alright, so maybe we go back the other way. Except I feel like there's not going to be anything the other way. But with the art direction change to have it more like Half-Life-y, it definitely feels like I should be able to jump, but we still can't. Alright, back we go. It's also entirely possible that the game is put us in an unwinnable scenario.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it, down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
Thanks for the edging. Oh, there it is. Just like, it'll be coming soon, I swear. Alright, but there's a bunch of different forks that we...
Stanley had never seen the office this brightly lit. Was it a sign of something? He hoped it was. He hoped very much that it was.
Still damaged. Okay. So something is different because we got different voiceover and everything's lit up more.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors,
we want to continue going the other way.
This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
I get the impression that there are specific endings
the lounge was grand,
that are triggered.
Majestic, perhaps too majestic. Like a combination of a much smaller version and a much larger version of this exact room. It all made Stanley uncomfortable, and he started to bleed a little. This made him smile. At last, proof that he was human.
Sure. I stopped because it's like, wait, the voiceover changed for the description of the room.
Yes, but eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left.
Yeah, we're still going to go forward again.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Right.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time. There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really?
I recommend to play the demo in the Half-Life mods before playing the Ultra Deluxe version. We reference so much from those 2 versions. Interesting.
I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
All right, so...
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
We were very stubborn about the blue door before, so let's see what happens if we actually listen.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices. The 2 of us always trying to get somewhere that isn't here.
Throwing the player to run in a circle while the narrator talks is an interesting trick.
Don't you see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you. What do we want? What are we looking for?
There are 2 lights.
Here, yes. Oh, it's beautiful, isn't it? If we just stay right here, right in this moment with this place, Stanley, I think I feel happy. I actually feel happy.
Huh. Neat. Well, you can stay here then, narrator. I'm gonna go somewhere else. I mean, it's really neat. Very cool looking. But I'm not on a bunch of drugs, so I can't just stare at random moving patterns for that
No,
long.
wait. Where are you going?
Okay. Excuse me. Alright, off we go.
Oh no. Stay away from those stairs. If you hurt yourself, if you die, the game will reset. We'll lose all of this.
Thank you. Just as a fun fact, if you play all of the narrator lines, you get roughly 2 hours of voice lines. Just don't ask how I know this. I mean, I can kind of predict how. Which is impressive for a game of this overall playtime, I guess we'll say. Obviously, your big name, huge project RPGs like your Baldur's Gate 3s.
Stanley, let me stay here. Don't take this from me.
Have a ton of hours of voice lines, but that's an entirely different genre and a much larger team. Excuse me, what? Can we go in this door instead? I'm sorry, are we committing suicide just to spite the narrator? Like,
Please, Stanley, think about what you're doing.
Like, don't get me wrong, I've been making a lot of choices just to spite the narrator, but killing ourselves seems a bit too far. It's just like, the narrator's like, I'm finally happy, and we're like, oh yeah? We'll see about that. You're not allowed to be happy as long as I'm around. Let's see if we taunt him like this, just standing here for a bit. See if he pleads a little bit more, begs for our collective lives. I should check what's on the list, actually, since I brought up the whole plan, or the whole project of playing through 40 years worth of games. So, yeah, Stanley Parable is the last one we have for 2013. Next week, we start 2014, which is we're definitely gonna hit Transistor, and probably Shovel Knight and Broken Age. The other option would be like Bayonetta 2 or This War of Mine. So, we have options. It appears the narrator has given up on trying to talk us out of it, so we get to do a flip.
No!
Hey, we're not dead.
Thank God. You lived. You had me worried there for a moment. Now, can we please get back to the other room?
Actually, this section has to get tagged in the Ultra Deluxe version. Like, tagged like trigger warning sort of thing.
There. See? This is what you want. This is where we can both be happy. We really can. If we stop moving, we just have to stop moving.
Oh no, we're like a shark. We gotta keep moving.
Stanley, go back. There's nothing good that can come from this.
Alright, okay, we'll give you back. We'll get you your next hit, narrator. Don't you worry. See? Oh. It removed the door. Oh, wait, there it is. I thought they removed the door on me. Just gotta keep teasing him. Give him just little bits of happiness before we take it all away. So yeah, it does have a trigger warning now? Yeah, I guess that makes sense that they would do that. Not everyone expects those sorts of themes in a game, and having them just randomly sprung on you can be pretty jarring. Not like one jarring, but, you know, still jarring.
No, what do you just not believe me? What can I say to convince you?
Let's see. Another one of those similar games that feels like it should come with those warnings, and I think it does, was last year I played through Omori, which is one of those games that's like kind of cute art style thing, but it's like full on. It's like it's full in on the darker themes.
Stanley, Let's go back to the other room. Can you do that for me?
Yes, but only
Yes.
temporarily, just to
Perhaps
give you
can.
hope.
Perhaps you finally see what I'm talking about.
Oh, look, here's your hope. Here's your hope.
See that we can't be happy if we leave this place. You can see that, can't you?
Oh, you got some hope. Time to crush it again.
No, perhaps not.
Yes.
My God, is this really how much you dislike my game? That you'll throw yourself from this platform over and over to be rid of it? You are literally willing to kill yourself to keep me from being happy. Am I reading the situation correctly?
Yes. Do a flip.
Or maybe you're just getting a kick out of it. I don't know anymore. I just wanted us to get along. Do you actually want to stay alive? Or are you just teasing me?
It does pick up on it. It does pick up on the fact that I'm just like, oh, here's a little happiness. Alright, we're gonna see if we can get a happiness ending here.
I wanted us to be happy here, Stanley. I really did. I wish I still thought that was possible.
Alright, we're gonna just stand still here for a little bit and see if we get a happiness ending or giving the narrator what he wants. He said all we need to be happy is to just stop moving. And that's what it's about, being American. Just stop moving. Stop moving, eat as many hamburgers and french fries as you can, and that's the way to happiness and coronary artery disease. I wonder if this would have worked earlier, but now that I've jumped off the platform 3 times? Like, we can't be happy anymore. We've broken his will to live. Wait, can we jump off the edge here to be inside it? No. Looks like we can't jump off into the shiny lights. Alright, well, either the ending of just stay in the shiny room doesn't exist, or it just needs me to stay here longer. Because, again, based on the way the game is done, it's pretty clear that there are alternative endings that are like, just stay somewhere for an extended period of time. Whether that's the 4 hours playing the baby game, or like 10 minutes, 5-10 minutes. And as far as gaming time is concerned, just standing perfectly still doing nothing for 5 or 10 minutes is a long time. Although there is a notorious special ending, alternative ending, for I think it was one of the Far Cry games, maybe Far Cry 4, where like you meet up with some militant leader. There's even an achievement for not playing the game. Excellent. I got an achievement like that for Amnesia, actually. Because often when I'm setting up stream, I will, I'll like log into the game like very briefly just to make sure like audio levels are good, that the capture is good, and things like that. So I logged into Amnesia, like, didn't want to spoil anything. I just logged in long enough to do like the technical setup, like fixing audio and video, and then immediately left to not spoil anything. And I got an achievement for that because Amnesia is a horror game. There is an achievement for noping out immediately. Like, if you start the game and you just bail, like, before almost anything has happened, there's an achievement for that. Do a flip!
Is it over? It's going to restart, isn't it? I'm going back.
Cool.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided
So to get out of the window in the office, think about how you would break the game. How to break the game. Like, the thing that comes to mind for me
Stanley came
is...
to a set of 2 open doors. He entered the door.
Well, we don't get an option. In fact, we do not get an option to go out that window because we started at a different place this time.
This was not
It's
the
one of the
correct way to
restarts
meeting
that
room, and
brings
Stanley
us
knew it perfectly
to,
well.
like, right
Perhaps
before
he
the
wanted to
choice
stop
instead
by
of
the
starting in
employee
our
lounge
office.
first, just to admire it. And here it was, the lounge. But eager to
Also,
get
426
back to
had
business,
something hidden?
Stanley took the
Neat.
first open door on his left.
Nope, we're still not done exploring this other section.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
Yes.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not.
So, let's see.
I realize that investing in your
What
trust in someone
are we going
else
to do
can be
differently this
difficult,
time?
but
I
the
think this
fact
time we're going to
is
hit
that
one of the
story
blue
has
doors
been about
first,
nothing
and
but
then
you
go to the red
all
door
this
and see if that
time.
changes anything.
There's someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. What? Really? I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
Okay.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
Maybe I'm colorblind.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked
I like the way
through
you're thinking,
the
yeah.
red door.
Okay.
Oh, thank God you are willing to listen to me. Do you see that I really have wanted you to be happy all this time? The problem is all these choices.
Okay, so we're back in
the two of us
the-
always trying to get somewhere that isn't here. Running and running and running, just the way you're doing right now.
Running in
Don't you
circles.
see that it's killing us, Stanley? I wanted to stop. We would both be so much happier if we just stopped. And I think I have a solution. Here, let me show you.
Oh. Right, so this is the shiny room, yes?
What do we want? What are we looking for?
Okay. What is this? Yeah, this is... Okay.
Yes.
Just to save you time, there is nothing different this time.
If we just
Okay.
stay right here.
Thank you for the heads up. So, how would we break the game? Like, it is a source game, so... We got the achievement for no, seriously, we disabled the jump button. Pick up the phone? Oh.
Good morning. Thank you for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation. We are confirming your shipment of 1,327 cardboard boxes to your place of work. Can you verify that this is correct? Excellent. Your order will arrive shortly. Thank you again for contacting the Future Happiness Foundation.
I see. But no, my first instinct for how to break the game was, as you just saw, and how we got the achievement, was, I mean, it is a source game. You use weird physics things. Listen to it, then restart the level? Interesting. And now there will be boxes everywhere, presumably.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Interesting. Well, let's see how many of these boxes there are elsewhere. So everything is now walled off with boxes. Interesting. I wonder if that'll let me get up onto things later on.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
You forgot the boxes blocked the way
This was
off?
not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
Well, I'm
Perhaps
hoping
he
the
wanted to
boxes
stop
changed
by the
something
employee
else in this
lounge
direction.
first, just to admire it. It was okay.
It was okay. Alright, we have a different voice line for
But
this section.
eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on
Actually,
his
I don't think
left.
I've done all of the options through this door on the left.
And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
Actually, last time I did go down, so I don't think I've gone straight across before. Oh, but it does
Yet
just bring me
there
here.
was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office. Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Alright, I guess we can try the nuke ending again. Did I use the broom closet? Yes. I walked inside and it was like... Oh, I haven't done this though. And we're stuck. We're still. We're still. Help! We're stuck. Where's a step bro when you need one? Mirror doesn't exactly work. Close the door, please. I got the feeling money's for stealing, but not yours, of course. Say that's a lovely purse. Alright, well, we don't appear to be able to click on anything. In the office, just when you're about to step in, move backwards. You mean when we're about to go into the boss's office? Like... Whoop. Whoop. Or do we mean when we're trying to go through the big door?
Here's the door.
Okay, now we're locked out of that. Interesting. All the way back? That is... It's just like... We just go back to our work. It's just like, well, we're locked out of the boss's office. I guess we just go back to pushing buttons. Some of this is stuff we haven't done before. Okay, we don't go all the way back to our room. I wonder if it's just gonna, like, keep progressively closing doors. Alright, well, maybe we... I'll get back to you in a second, broom closet. Oh, this should not happen? This is what happens when you have a game with complex scripting. Sometimes the things that you think will happen don't actually happen. Alright, we're just gonna chill in the broom closet for a bit. You should go back all the way, so it's not supposed to lock you in. Well, that's unfortunate. We'll see if we can't open other doors. I wonder if there's a different ending for just spamming restart the game a bunch of times. Sounds like the sort of thing they would do.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
So yeah, but my first thought was with how to break the game as a Source Engine game was to get in a corner and, like, try to clip. under anything? Corner or step on a chair? Any of these chairs pulled out enough to step on? Alright, so we're definitely gonna try to seam walk is the trick here. Oh. We got up on the chair before. Now we can't? Okay. Oh, there it is. Alright, so we might need a little bit of momentum to make it work. Okay. It's an acceleration trick. Yeah. The thing is, I'm not experienced enough with Source Engine games to be able to know the tricks. Because I want to kind of bounce off of the computer monitor. Because, like, we're on the desk. And I want to be able to, like, hit the monitor at a good angle to be able to get over it. Ah. We can clip through by crouching there.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map, until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He then praised the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes.
This isn't structural narrative
now that
tropes.
you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Ah, then in that case we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different?
Yes.
Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer?
No, I think the game would have
Perhaps you
restarted.
never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if
so
the
meta.
other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
Cheers. Well then. The answer is yes, we are going to do it again. Sorry, we can't do it again.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
426? I thought it was just there. Welcome to the whiteboard ending. Console bark. See, this is what I mentioned about me being not as familiar with Source games. Tilda. Apparently Tilda is not the keybind for console. Let's ask Google directly. Stanley Parable console keybind. It is the tilde, the backtick. Options. Keyboard, mouse. Edit keys. Oh, it does say it's the backtick. It's just not opening. Console not opening. If you're playing the 20th, fix the console not open by adding launch parameters. In-game settings, go to options, keyboard, open advanced. There is no advanced. What are you doing? Let's change it to something else. C for console. Nope. It must be disabled by a Steam setting or something. Well, we're gonna set the things back. Yeah, I had to change the start options. Unfortunate. It's fine. We move on. I'm not gonna get all of the endings here. That's just not a thing.
Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley
So
knew
I think
it
we're gonna
perfectly
head
well.
and go through the
Perhaps he
blue
wanted to
door
stop
some
by
more.
the employee
I don't think we
lounge
did all the
first,
options
just to
through the blue
admire it.
door.
It was okay.
It was okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first
I don't know if I
open
did
door on
everything
his
down in the
left.
maintenance area either. Let's do that.
And
We haven't
so
been
he
down there in a
detoured
while.
through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door.
I think this was just like we see the Panopticon room too early, and it's just like, you ruined it. You're here too early.
But Stanley didn't want to go back to the office. He wanted to wander about and get even
Oh, I already did all the
further off
options on the
track.
blue door?
So now, in order to
Good to know.
get back, he needed to go from here it's left.
And it closes before I get there?
Oh no, it's to the right. My mistake. No, not the right. Why would I have ever said it was to the right? What was I thinking? It's clearly... Oh dear, would you hold on for a minute, please? Now, let's see. We went down, right, left, down, left, right.
The bark code makes Stanley bark
okay,
instead
yes.
of interact with
I've got
things.
it now. This story is absolutely, definitely this way.
You know, I kind of expected this car to, like, run into me at first. Just because staring into headlights is an inherently dangerous thing.
No. This isn't right at all. You're not supposed to be here yet. This is all a spoiler. Quick, Stanley, close your eyes. Okay. We just have to get back to, oh, who am I kidding? It's all rubbish now. The whole story completely unusable. How about, rather than waste my time trying to salvage this nonsense, we'll just restart the game from the beginning. And this time, suppose we don't wander so far off track, Okay, from the top.
Maybe we go see our wife again. Apparently it bugged last time.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
How do we see our wife? We head to the right.
When Stanley... Wait, what?
Oh, right,
No.
yes.
No, I restarted. I swear, I definitely restarted the game over, completely fresh. Everything should be...
I forgot it
Did
does this.
something change? Stanley, did you change anything when we were back in that room with all the monitors? Did you move the story somewhere, or... Hold on. Why am I asking you? I'm the one who wrote the story. It was right here just a minute ago. I know for sure that it's here somewhere. Okay, then. It's an adventure. Come, Stanley. Let's find the story.
We got some backroom stuff going on here. Where it's all just a maze that leads back to itself. Right, well this is theoretically the correct one, but we know it's not going to actually work.
I'll say it. This is the worst adventure I've ever been
This
on.
is before
I can promise
Backrooms
you
was even a
there
thing.
definitely
Yeah.
was a story here before. Do we need to restart the game again?
Backrooms
I
wasn't
find
like
it
the
unlikely that we'll
first
ever
thing to
progress
do
by
this sort
starting
of
over
stuff.
and over again,
It's
but it's
just,
gotta be better
I
than
think,
this. Okay, let's give it a shot.
one of
Why
the
not?
more modern ones that has, we'll say, popularized that sort of liminal space
All of his
thing.
co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Alright, off we go.
Okay, yep, it's worse. I might be remembering this wrong. It's possible the story is back where we just came from. Why don't we go back the other direction and see if we missed anything?
Okay. And 420 blaze that door.
Aha! I knew we'd miss something. The story. Here it comes. No, wait, never mind. Not the story. Okay, let's head back the other way and retrace our steps.
So this is the confusion route where it's gonna force restart us here in a second, if I recall correctly.
Now this... Well, I'll be honest, I don't recognize this place at all.
Look in the box.
Is this the story? I don't think so. I can't quite recall, but I believe my story took place in an office building. Is that correct? Do you remember, Stanley? Well, do you know what? Since I've completely forgotten what we were supposed to be doing, how about this? You win! Congratulations!
There was a mask
I know
for
you put
Payday
a lot
in the
of
blue
hard
room
work,
before.
and it really
Interesting.
paid off. So, good job. Oh, no, I don't feel right about this at all. We both know you didn't put in any actual work for that win. Some people win fair and square, and this was not one of those situations.
This room was
Okay,
also from the
I'm
demo?
getting weirded out
Cool.
by whatever this place is. I don't care what might happen this time. I have to restart.
Oh, that's right. This is how we get the line going on. Also, I should resize that a little bit in the future.
All right, I've got a solution. This time, to make sure we don't get lost, I've employed the help of the Stanley Parable Adventure Line. Just follow the line. How simple is that?
Alright, so this was 2013. How big of a thing was yellow paint on everything in 2013? Like, I think it was still a thing, but it hadn't reached the levels and the derision that it gets nowadays. I have seen some games will take it and they'll do a thing nowadays where there's a setting for it. what was it? Was it Still Wakes the Deep? I saw that
See? The line
there's an
knows where
option
the story
for
is. It's
saturation.
over in this direction. Onward, Stanley, to
So
destiny.
you can kind of turn,
Though, here's a
you can
thought.
kind of tune
Wouldn't
how
wherever we
bright
end up
the
be
yellow
our
is.
destination, even if there's no story there? Or to put it another way, is the story of no destination still a story? Simply by the act of moving forward, are we implying a journey such that a destination is
I feel like so
inevitably
much of the
conjured into
philosophy on this
being
is
via
like
the very manifestation
valid,
of the
normal
nature
story
of
stuff,
life
and
itself?
so much of it is also
Hang
just
on.
like
That got a bit weird
dumb
back there.
navel gazing
Well, I'd
stuff,
like to apologize.
like
Not sure where I was going
just like
with all that.
thinking for the sake
know
of
what?
thinking,
I
and like
think
it
what we
doesn't
need right
actually
now
hold any
is a bit of
meaning. It's
music
not
to
that
lighten
deep,
the
sort of
mood.
thing. Oh right, I forgot. The very loud music. And we can tell it's loud because we had to reposition our mic earlier so that it didn't bleed through. And I can feel that I'm being louder because I'm trying to talk over it. I would like a Spider-Man to stay on the line, but it's run
Cut
all
the
over the
music.
walls.
Go back and look at that fern.
You know what? No, I looked at it earlier.
Wait, what? We're back at the office? No. Line, you do know we're looking for the Stanley Parable, right? The story? Is any of this ringing a bell?
We'll take this one. This goes back to our office, doesn't it? That's... We were really far away. Fascinating. I love how it warps the map around. It's just like, oh yeah, by the way, we're teleporting you back near the beginning. We're changing how rooms connect to each other.
Oh, no, not again. Line, how could you have done this to us? And after we trust you... Oh, I can't take this anymore.
The Mirror's Edge started to highlight those stuff to grab onto. Right, no, I know, like, it was still a thing then. I will say Mirror's Edge I found pretty awkward, because we did actually play that in part of our whole History of Gaming thing a couple weeks back. I feel like the modern times of everyone, like, making us think about how bad it is much more recent than that, but I know the basic philosophy of it is...
You know what, Stanley? I say forget the adventure line. What's it
not
ever
new.
done for us? We're intelligent people, right? Why can't we make up our own story? Something exciting, daring, mysterious. Ooh, this all sounds perfectly doable. Why don't we simply start wandering in, well, I don't know. How about this direction?
Sure, we'll go this direction.
Now, yes, this is exciting. Just me and Stanley forging a new path, a new story. Well, it could be anything. What do you want our story to be? Go wild.
Oh, we're
Use
back
your
in the, like,
imagination.
run in
Whatever it
circles
might be,
until the
Stanley,
narrator's done talking.
I'm ready for it.
But the thing
Oh,
is,
no,
on
not
the
you again.
counter side to the
Stanley,
yellow
I'd
paint
also like to
is
be-
awful argument is that you get people who've, like, developers who they bring in playtesters, and it turns out people in general are really, really bad at figuring things out. Like, you know, you've got your games journalist problem. Which is why I think it's nice that they put in a slider on some games that's just like, it'll still be highlighted, but it's just like, I think it ends up being almost like a saturation slider, so if like you have it maxed out, it's like super bright yellow, and if you don't, it's kind of just like white, but doesn't really stand out from the rest.
So the line from having any role in our awesome new story. No lines or monitor rooms. Just don't acknowledge it, and we should be fine.
Okay, never mind.
Ah, a choice. We get to make a decision. From
Yeah, I
here,
can
the
go to
story
Google.
is in our control. How important we mustn't squander the opportunity. In fact, I believe I need a minute to think here. Just walk in circles for a minute. Okay, So
We're
I
gonna
know
stand
that
still.
each door has to lead somewhere, which means that somewhere, the place where we're trying to go, there must be a reverse door that leads here. And that in turn means that our destination corresponds with the counter-inverted reverse door's origin. So starting from the right, let us ask, will taking the right door lead us to where we're going? And since the answer is clearly yes, then by all accounts, the door on the right is the correct one. Another victory for logic. Come, Stanley, our destiny awaits.
Okay, it looks like the one you sided with, Uncharted, was apparently one of the first ones to do it majorly. And that was
what's
2007.
The confusion ending. You're telling me that's what this is? It's all one giant ending? Am I
Nonsense
supposed to restart the
philosophy
game
and music, yes.
8 times? That's really how all this goes? It's all determined? So now, according to the schedule, I restart again. Then what? Am I just supposed to forget? Well, what if I don't want to forget? My mind goes blank simply because it's written here on this thing, wall. Well, who consulted me? Why don't I get to decide? Why don't I get a say in all of this? Is it really? No, it can't be. I don't want it to be.
So a big part of this game's shtick is that it's the narrator trying to stop Stanley from having free will. And then it kind of flips the script in times like this, and it was just like, no, actually, it's the narrator that has no free will. Ha! But, alright, it looks like another hour has passed, so it's time for our hourly ad break. As always, we will pause the game, and no one will miss anything during ads, so that gives us all an opportunity to pull in old school after these messages. We'll be right back. Everyone can stand up, stretch your legs, take a bathroom break, grab a snack, grab a drink, kiss your husband, kiss your wife, kiss your husband's wife, whatever it is you need. And we'll be back in 3 minutes to see if we can find some more endings.
Hydrant, you bastard! Hydrant!
Alright, we've returned. It was slightly longer than 3 minutes, but we made it back. I see a hydrate redeem. Thank you for that. And
the game to
let's
keep
get back to the
restarting. I don't
confusion
want to
ending.
forget what's going on. I don't want to be trapped like this. I won't restart the game. I won't do it. I won't do it. I won't do it. And the timer stopped. Does that mean, did we do it? Did we break the cycle? The, whatever it is that made this schedule? How would we even know? Will someone come for us? Will something happen? So, okay. I guess now we just wait. You know, I suppose in some way that this is a kind of story. Wouldn't you agree? I'm not quite sure if we're in the destination or the journey, though they're always saying that life is about the journey and not the destination. So I hope that's where we are right now. We'll find out, won't we? Eventually.
I think
in the
just
meantime,
snap resets us. Yeah. I'm trying to think, what haven't we done? So we went down to the maintenance thing, and I don't think we have anything else we can do down there. When we go to the boss's room, we can go up. We haven't tried trying to shut off the self-destruct. Well, I mean, we tried, but we failed. So that's something we haven't done, but I don't know what we can do differently there. The window's still left another time. That's true. We have not hit the other button here.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Right, we need to get... There we go.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this
The
narration
boss's office
and
go up
realized
backwards
it was
too,
part
since
of
it
the
closed the
game's
door.
design all along.
We
He
tried
then
that, and you
praised
said
the
it
game for its
glitched.
insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet?
We said no before, so...
Well, I don't know how to say this politely, but you could literally just hit escape and restart the game any old time you want. Like, right now. You could have done it just then.
I could have.
Now would also be an appropriate time to quit. Any of these points and so many, many more, all of them are
There's more to it when you
appropriate.
arrive at your office
I'm
again.
enjoying what seems
All right,
to be
we'll
an
try it again and
internal
see if it
conflict
glitches
going
again.
on where you are literally unable to act on your own desires to restart the game. So, just to push the envelope, I'm going to try and make this as miserable as possible and see how long you can maintain. There once was a man named Stanley, who people considered so manly.
Oh, I
But
thought he was
the
going to
truth
insult and
must
go
be
opposite on
told,
that.
He was not very old and was quite particularly gangly. What Stanley liked most was buttons. He pushed them
Why does it
like
not have
some kind of
subtitles for this
glutton.
section?
He did it all day in a meaningful way, but his brain had long ceased to function. Which is why he is in this parable and lives an existence quite terrible. And if you are not strong and keep playing along, you too will become quite unbearable. Yes. You too will become quite unbearable.
Okay. We made it through your little song. We're going to give this just a little bit longer. Not too much longer. I usually use that timer for something else, but we'll just let it count down a minute. Seems we're just playing the music now. I don't know why this is supposed to make it worse. Like, he was like, I'm gonna make this really bad for you by playing soothing acoustic guitar music. Okay. Why is that supposed to bother me? Alright, how is our timer going? 3, 2, 1. Okay. Restart. Okay, so apparently it glitched before.
All of his co-workers were gone. What
So we're gonna run ourselves
Stanley decided to go to the meeting. When
to the
Stanley
boss's
came to a
room,
set of 2 open doors, he entered the
walk
door on his
ourselves out of the
left.
boss's room, then go back to our office and see what happens.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief,
I guess because
Stanley
the trick
decided
is
to go
that
up to
sometimes
his
different
boss's
starts do
office.
different things.
Coming
Like,
to
for
a
example,
staircase,
whether or not
Stanley
there's,
walked
there are stairs down
upstairs
there.
to his boss's office. Here's the door.
Alright. So we do that. We come down here. Last time, it shut us off. Okay, this is different. Before, when it glitched on us, we could still get into the broom closet, and now the broom closet's locked up. Let's see if it slams the door in our face this time. It does not. Alright, back we go. On second hand, let us not go to Camelot. It is a silly place. $4.26 it is. Oh, load screen. You are now leaving. Escape pod bay, floor 760. Okay. So in theory, we have to go up 6 floors to get to the escape pods. So dark. How do you see it? I feel like I need to change my monitor settings at some point, because the funny thing is, my monitor is always darker than what is actually getting captured on stream. So if it seems like, it's like, what is he doing? Does he not see the thing there? The answer is usually yes. I literally cannot see that thing there. The stream is a bit lighter, which is why sometimes I'll look over to, like, just navigate based on that. Just like, it doesn't make that big a difference here because it is incredibly dark here, no matter which screen I'm looking at. But we will find out. Escape pod launch bay. Alright, well, last time we went somewhere that said it was an escape. It did not appear to be an escape. Okay. What? I didn't even get to the thing yet. Ah, it was loading. Okay. Excuse you? That didn't seem like it was a deliberate thing. That seemed like a crash.
Even now, Stanley's office was a distant memory. What did it look like? There was a computer, perhaps, and a painting. Was it a painting?
Oh, never mind.
Or a photo?
Right, we're in a different, different loop now. That was the ending? Okay. But we also got different voiceover in the beginning.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Alright, but the line about, like, our office being a distant memory, that's
Yet there
slightly
was not
different.
a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley
Who called
decided
it
to go up to
still
his
closed
boss's
for some
office,
reason?
hoping he might find an answer. That coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Alright, we are going to do this route.
Here's the door, just go.
Thank you. Right, and down we go. And once we're down, we will set off the explosion and then try to make it not explode. And we'll just have to try to find clues on how to make it not actually explode. Although it's entirely possible
Stanley
that is
walked straight ahead through the
actually
large door
literally
that read
impossible.
Mind control facility.
Actually, no, before that, we'll take a different route. We're going to start down this route and then turn around.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death.
Waiting for the next line before we
The
turn
door
around.
behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track.
Alright, so we're going to do that. No, wait, we're going to go for at least 2 more lights.
At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
Right. We'll see what happens when we tease it out and then actually go back and don't go to our death. I was expecting a little bit more voiceover here. It's oddly quiet when the narrator isn't constantly yapping at us.
But of course, Stanley thought better of it and realized he simply had too much to live for.
So come in here. Can we get through that? No. Before you gotta take the lift.
The lights rose on an
You mean at the end of this, when you go from this platform to that platform to that
what
platform to the
horrible
lift?
secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
Press all the buttons? I thought I already had pressed all the buttons. Or you mean go back and press them all
Now
again?
The monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in
Oh yeah, we can do that.
Stanley's co-workers.
This is the part that you were mentioning an Easter egg before.
Screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally
But when then the lift
wanted
comes,
in
go
this
back,
place
yeah.
Where freedom meant nothing. This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had
Can't.
Stanley really been under
The gate
someone's
behind me is
control all
closed.
this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly?
Well, I don't appear to be able to press any buttons. So much for that. Unless you were referring to a different lift.
No. He refused to believe it.
You have to
He
wait a bit,
couldn't
then the door
accept
opens
it.
again?
His
I
own
didn't wait
life
long enough.
In someone else's control.
Oh well, it's
Never.
fine.
It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world?
Yes.
But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad.
Alright, so we have
or content.
yellow, green, blue,
Walking,
red.
Eating, working. All of it
Just
monitored
blue,
and
red.
commanded from this very
Yellow, green,
place.
blue.
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life.
Alright, so here's a
For
big red
he
button.
would dismantle the controls once and for all.
What if we push it now beforehand? We can't push it now beforehand. Okay. So we've got a variety of things with a variety of buttons. Can't open this door. We have the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 buttons. 1, 2, 3 is over here to the left of the stairs. Like left of where we came in. 3, 4 is up. Should I save you some time on this? Not if it's the solution, but yes if, like, there is no solution. Like, if it is literally just like, no, you're going to die, like, there isn't a way to solve it. Yes, there is no solution. Unfortunate. So, there are no other endings here. If we hit yes, like, if we turn off the power, then we get the happiness ending. If we turn on the power, then we just explode regardless. Those are the only two options here. Like, if there's a third other option, then I can try to figure that one out. But if it's just, you know, those two options, then we've already done those two options. No. There's only these two, unfortunately. Okay.
Someone was following Stanley. He was sure of it. If he checked over his shoulder now, he would surely catch them. It was only a matter of time.
Ha! Why are we in the paranoia section? Ha! I'm expecting, like, the Bracken or something.
Oh, and I guess this is where Stanley felt he needed to be.
In the
right
Ultra
now,
Deluxe, there's
in
more.
This little hallway. Here,
Makes sense.
with no distractions, to study room 417. Not to actually enter it. No, 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 no. That would be far too... no, apparently not. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left. This was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well.
I'm trying to
Perhaps
think
he
if there
wanted
is
to stop by
anything
the employee lounge
different.
first, just to admire it. It was okay.
Yeah, I know it's okay.
But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. And so he detoured through the maintenance section, walked straight ahead to the opposite door, and got back on track.
No, that's not.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years
Alright, we're gonna
ago.
go talk to our wife.
Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
No, that's
There's
so
someone
false.
you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about. Please, stop trying to make every decision by yourself. Now, I'm not asking for me, I'm asking for her.
Story-wise, you think only the wife part is left? Yeah, I was under the impression that I was really starting to run out of options, which is fine. We've been live for a while now.
She's been waiting. That's her,
We unplugged
Stanley.
it before, so we did that
need to be
version. But this time, before you enter the home, try to escape. Okay.
Oh, Stanley, is that you? Hold on, sweetie. Sorry to keep you waiting.
We can't
I'm
move.
just pulling the bread out of the oven. All right.
As I said before, I'll put a bun in your oven.
There we go. All right, now, I want you to come in and tell me all about your
Gotcha. Oh, come on.
This shtick here reminds me very much of the... I forget if it was a Portal 1 or a Portal 2 bit. I think it's a Portal 1 bit. It's just like, we're gonna have you meet someone special. And they, like, heavily imply it's your parents, and it's just like, hooray! No, you don't have parents, no one loves you. Also, because it's Portal, and you're fat. I didn't even write that down. You're a horrible person, and you're overweight, and your parents abandoned you, and no one loves you, and GLaDOS is just a catty bitch.
On. Did you actually think you had a loving wife who'd want to commit their life to you? I'm trying to make a point here, Stanley. I'm trying to get you to see something. Come inside. Let me show you what's really going on here. Sorry, but you're in my story now.
Who are you, Titus? This is our future. Our story. No, this is my story. That's the Titus one. The quote I used was FF14. This is our future. Our story is a much cooler line than anything Titus says. Must have been Portal 1. Yeah, seems likely.
This is a very sad story about the death of a man named Stanley.
Oh no. You said that there was supposed to be more narrator stuff here before it
Stanley is
got
quite
the
a
inputs?
boring fellow. He has a job that demands nothing of him, and every button that he pushes is a reminder of the inconsequential nature of his existence.
Mm-hmm.
Look at him there, pushing buttons, doing exactly what he's told to do.
And he tells you more. Yeah, this is
Now
what we
he's
did
pushing a
before.
button. Now he's eating lunch. Now he's going
But
home.
it eventually, like,
Now
didn't
he's
seem to be
coming
doing
back
anything.
To work. One might even feel sorry for him, except that he's chosen this life.
So this is a standard trope wherein the person who's like controlling and pressuring everything is like, oh, but they chose it. It's just like, they didn't
But
really.
in his mind, he can go on fantastic adventures. From behind his desk, Stanley dreamed of wild expeditions into the unknown, fantastic discoveries of new lands. It was
Maybe you got
wonderful.
some new lands
And
for me?
each day that he returned to work was a reminder that none of it would ever happen to him. And so he began to fantasize about his own job. First, he imagined that one day while at work, he stepped up from his desk to realize that all of his co-workers, his boss, everyone in the building had suddenly vanished off the face of the earth. The thought excited him terribly. So he went further. He imagined
Oh, that's
that
right.
he
So we
came
were
to
still
two
getting the
open
prompts, but he
doors
wasn't
and that
talking
he
in
could
response
go
to
through
them.
either. At last, choice. It barely even mattered what lay behind each door. The mere thought that his decisions would mean something was almost too wonderful to behold.
So this whole shtick is, this isn't the narrator's story. This is actually what
As he
we,
wandered
Stanley,
through
wanted.
this fantasy world, he began to fill it with many possible paths and destinations. Down one path lay an enormous round room with monitors and mind controls. And down another was a yellow line that weaved in many directions. And down another was a game with a baby. And he called it the Stanley Parable.
So this is interesting because we just, like, when we tried to walk away, the narrator's like, no, this is my story. And then we walk in here and it's just full gaslight. So it's like, oh, no. This is all a story that Stanley made up. It's all the things he wanted. It's nothing to do with me. That's all you. It's like, sure, buddy.
It was such a wonderful fantasy, and so in his head he relived it again, and then again, and again, over and over, wishing beyond hope that it would never end, that he might always feel this free. Surely there's an answer down some new path.
Maybe I
Mustn't
somehow
there be?
deactivated his
Perhaps
voice
if he
lines by
played
pressing too much.
just one
Maybe.
more time. But there is no answer. How could there possibly be? In reality, all he's doing is pushing the same buttons he always has. Nothing has changed. The longer he spends here, the more invested he gets, the more he forgets which life is the real one. And I'm trying to tell him this, that in this world he can never be anything but an observer, that as long as he remains here, he's slowly killing himself. But he won't listen to me. He won't stop. Here, watch this. Stanley, the next time the screen asks you to push a button, do not do it. You see? Can he just not hear me? How can I tell him in a way that he'll understand that every second he remains here, he's electing to kill himself? How can I get him to see what I see? How can I make him look at himself?
Get a mirror. In Ultra Deluxe, you'll get an explanation of what Stanley truly is.
I suppose I can't. Not
That
in the way I want him
seems
to. But I don't make the
counterproductive.
rules. I simply play
I
to
feel like
my
this kind
intended...
of game and this kind of narrative benefits from things not being explained. Like, I understand that people love lore and things of that nature, but the whole conceit of this game of, like, Stanley as someone who has choices or doesn't have choices, and the narrator being the one who is guiding things, or is themselves, are they on rails? Are they also trapped to always do the same things? Or do they have free will? Like, all of this is very deliberately not clear. I think being clear is probably a downside. Funny I say
Preface
this.
the same as Stanley. We're not so different, I suppose. I'll try once more to convey all this to him. I'm compelled to. I must. Perhaps, well, maybe this time he'll see. Maybe this time. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried again, and Stanley pushed a button. And I tried.
Funny you say this, because the game is actually making fun of sequels and people want to have expectations for things. Oh, so like it gives an explanation, but it's an entirely unsatisfactory explanation, making fun of you for wanting an explanation? Because if so, yeah.
All of his co-workers were gone.
Excellent.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
Right, so now we're back to the papers covering the floor version of it.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
I don't know what else I can do here. So we went back to talk to our wife. We've gone down with the red and blue doors. We've gone to the end. We've blown things up. We've escaped. We've taken the other escape route that leads to the big crushing device and the museum. I think we might call it. I think I've seen enough. We've seen a lot. The whole game is basically a meta commentary about freedom inside games and game development itself. Yeah, I got that. They're doing some philosophy things. There's a book I had to read in high school, which I very much disliked. It was called Sophie's World, and it really fed into my overall opinion on a lot of philosophy as pointless navel-gazing. It's just like, oh yeah, but what is really real? What is blah, 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 blah. It's just like, no one cares. It does not matter. Like, there are styles of philosophy that are just like, pointless. The one ending you miss is only accessible with the console comment. Yeah, well, Steam is blocking us from that at the moment. And yes, I could restart and get it, but... And spoilers for an old book on philosophy. But the whole premise of Sophie's World is that essentially, in-universe, inside the book, Sophie is being taught philosophy by some dude or another. And eventually, at the end, or near the end, by examining the nature of philosophy and the states of being, they discover that they are in fact within a book and escape from the book to be outside the book and not able to interact with anyone except that, those who also studied philosophy, and so you can escape and transcend the medium that you are within by knowing philosophy. And it's very much like it very much reads like a writer writing a book about how amazing writers are, or a movie about how amazing movies are, or in this case, a book about philosophy talking about how philosophy is the best thing there ever is. Like, it comes off as very self-congratulatory. And I feel like the Stanley Parable is doing a very similar thing, but also in a parody sort of way. It's just like, oh, but what is really real and what isn't really real? But by the same token, it's also doing the same things that it's making fun of, which is a very, very tricky thing to pull off. What was the movie? What was the name of that movie? It was a movie that tried to do sort of an Inception thing where it's just like a story within a story within a story. It starts with, like, a girl's like, she's being abused, but then to keep her from reporting it, they send her to an insane asylum, and then like they journey like inside her like fantasy in her head that it's not an insane asylum, it's like a burlesque brothel sort of situation, and then inside the burlesque brothel situation, like while she's like dancing, there's like these other fantasy segments where it's like, oh, now it's like a fantasy setting like samurai and stuff, and now it's like a World War like trench warfare, but there's next sort of situation, and now like, oh, there's attacking a castle and there's a dragon sort of thing, and it really tries to pull off the whole like what's really real, what isn't really real, like what parallels, like when you're in like the inner world, what does that represent actually happening in the outer world? And I came away with it thinking that it wasn't very well done. It's like, it's something that tries to make commentary about like the over-reliance on sex appeal in movies as just like as a cynical thing, but I feel like it didn't pull off the commentary well enough and just became the thing it was trying to parody without parodying it well. It wasn't, see, I'm thinking like Baby Metal, Lollipop Chainsaw, because those are things I can think of that nature. Let me see if I can Google. So deep. Sucker Punch? Yes. Yeah, that's it. Sucker Punch. It had a great soundtrack. I feel like it was just relatively poorly done as a movie. That it tried to be, I feel like it reached too far and tried to be something that it wasn't. Like, I'm trying to make commentary and real art here, and it's just like, you're failing at it. But you highly recommend I watch their game developer conference talk on the making of the game. Could be interesting. But as it stands, I think it's about time to end stream and raid out. So let's see about well, let's see. There's no one else streaming the Stanley Parable. So what were the previous ones we did? Let's see. Is there anyone on Rogue Legacy? Of course there's no one on Rogue Legacy. It's an ancient game, and no one cares about it except me. What else do we have?
Oh no. The Sawagan found me!
I see an alert, but I had the thing minimized. Oh, thank you for following there, Pixel Tuner. Let's see. No, there's no... I'm trying to hit, like, all the games I've played over the last week to raid someone in those categories, and, there's no one currently in any of these categories, because I've been doing a few... Because a lot of the things I've hit recently have been smaller, more indie games. Okay. I guess we're not raiding out tonight, which I know is awful of me, for the whole content creation thing. It's all about advertising and networking, and I'm terrible at that side of things, which is why I sit here with one viewer at a time. But sometimes, one viewer at a time is enough. Because it really adds to the whole experience, because this is actually something I watched a class or two on the Streamer U thing, and they're like, everyone's talking about how to monetize things and grow super big, and I'm just like, my goal is like, get just enough people to have a semi-active chat, because it makes it more fun. And I need to put in a little bit more work to get there. Been streaming for forever. Better on the technical side than I've ever been before. More entertaining, better on camera than I was before. But god-awful at any sort of marketing and social media. So, I'm working on it a little bit. But I think we're just going to call it here. It said time to beat on the game was 2 hours, but we went through and we hit a lot of different...
What the dog doing?
Oh. Liesel, I have redeemed love for you. Okay. But yes. Juno. Alright. So that will do it for us. So next week, what do we have coming up for us? Let's put it up. That's not what we wanted. There we go. Stop that. Windows, why must you do this to me? Fine. Fine. So this is what's upcoming for future weeks. It's a little small, but, we'll make do. So next week, this is the short list of things that we can do. This War of Mine, Transistor is number 1 on the list. Then Broken Age and Shovel Knight are probably our others. Usually, we only get to 2 of the items per week because we reserve 1 stream a week for Dungeons & Dragons Online, and 3 streams a week is where we normally sit. So we have 3 streams a week. We're going to get Transistor. We're probably going to do either Broken Age or Shovel Knight, and then, of course, 1 DDO day because an expansion just dropped. And then the week after, in 2015, we've got Undertale and probably either Ori and the Blind Forest or Darkest Dungeon. Just Cause 2, or 3 rather, we just don't have time for it, I guess. This is the problem. We've got so many games we want to go to, and we're only going to get to 2 out of 3 on our short lists. Broken Age was a fun little game. Excellent. I'm always looking for feedback on this, because this is the list that I've put together. I basically went through a lot of Game of the Year awards and things of that nature to make the list. And then you cheated a little bit and used AI and been like, hey, this is what I have. Did I miss anything? And normally the AI knows less than me and it's just like, no, you covered everything. But I think 1 or 2 things on this list, it had a good reminder. It's like, what about this thing that also came out? It's like, oh, shit, how did I miss that thing? Which is, I think, the best use of AI right now, is do the work yourself and then ask it to double check it to see if you missed anything obvious. So, and I think I've got Outlast was suggested by someone who was really big on the horror stuff. They joined the Amnesia, the Dark Descent stream. So we didn't get to Outlast. There's just too much competition for it. This is, of course, on the Discord. There is an invite link that should have been spammed in chat about once per hour. But if anyone else has suggestions, I am, of course, always open to suggestions. I can guarantee that I will read it and look at it and at least Google the game. I cannot guarantee that I will actually play that game. So that's how I handle suggestions, is that I can guarantee I'll look at it. I can't guarantee I will do anything on command. And then for 2016, we've got House of the Dying Sun. We have Dishonored, we have Titanfall, we have Samrost, Inside and Owlboy. So, let's see. There's Cuphead coming up. There's Gorogoa, which is... I've got a lot of little indie things on here, partially because they better suit the format here, where each game is only really getting 1 stream, at least for now, until we get all the way up to date. until we get all the way up through 2026, and then like for the end of the year, we'll pick some games and we'll actually play all the way through them. But for this style where like each game is going to get like somewhere to like 3 to 5, maybe 6 hour block, things like Dishonored and Just Cause, like it's hard to really show them off in a short time period because they're such long games. Alright, so when did Superliminal and Viewfinder come out? I mean, obviously I can Google it and I can look into them and add them to the list and all, but I wish I can do that right now. It's really easy. Superliminal, the one that like you use first forced perspective on things. Like there's a big thing blocking your way, so you like back way up until it seems to shrink into the distance, and then you grab it and it's small. Like, is that the one that I'm thinking of? Superliminal is 2019. Let's see what it's competing against. Outer Wilds, Untitled Goose Game, Sekiro, Control, and Disco Elysium. It's a hard one to go in. It's a hard one to compete against, but we'll add it to the list just for the record. And let's see, what was the other one you mentioned? Viewfinder. Viewfinder came out in 2023, which is competing with Baldur's Gate 3, Returnal, and Cocoon. Alright, we'll add it to the list. As always, or as I just mentioned, I can guarantee I will look at them, but not necessarily guarantee that I will actually choose them once the time comes. The other trick is, of course, I believe, because I made most of this list near the beginning of the year, I put them all on wish lists, and I grabbed things from the good old games and like Steam, like the spring sales, the summer sales. Because I had everything like planned out, I was able to get most of the stuff on a pretty steep discount. So grabbing new games usually requires buying them. So that's another strike against stuff that's been added late. Shenmue, you missed one of the best games that most modern gaming builds stuff upon. Let's see. Also, welcome in Razor. That's a game I know, but I don't know anything really about, besides I think it's ninja-based? Just based on the immediate screenshot, it looks like a Yakuza thing. When did it come out? Let's see. 2002. Yeah, I think I did miss that one then. We did Neverwinter Nights and Medal of Honor for 2002. The Superliminal originally was called Museum of Simulation Technology, which was a student project and got a demo in 2013. Alright, so the same sort of setup as like Portal, which originally started as like a student project. Every NPC was voiced, even non-important NPCs. That is a lot of work to put in. Fascinating. Let's see, it looks like Shenmue came out on consoles, and because I don't have any consoles, a lot of console stuff got left out. Like, when we were going through the 90s, we didn't hit Sonic, we didn't hit Metroid, we didn't hit Castlevania, we didn't hit Mario. Like, because it's all been PC-based, I have missed a big chunk of the gaming history that was all on the console side. So that was a limitation we were working within. 2000? Maybe that was the date on Shenmue 2? Oh, okay. Looks like actually 1999. According to Wikipedia, at least, the original came out December 29th, 1999. So very end of 1999. Let's see, what did we do in 1999? We did Darkstone and System Shock 2. You can emulate whatever is not on Steam. That's true. But the thing is, I feel like emulation would be a great way to go if I were low on options, but at no point have I been low on options. Like, there's so much stuff to get through. And whether it's personal favorites, whether it's stuff that's just well regarded, it's there's just so much to do. And I'm never going to be able to get to all of it. So there is a prioritization thing. But the new Monkey Island. How new? How new is this Monkey Island? I type Monkey Island into Google and it brings up the location of, there's apparently a place called Monkey Island off the coast of, I think that's North Carolina? Just like, yeah, that's not the one I was looking for. You said you had no console, leaving console games out there for it? Yeah. It finally solved the ending of the original story. The problem is I never actually played the original Monkey Island. Latest release, Return to Monkey Island, 2022. Fascinating. First one, 1990. Latest, 2022. 32 years separate. Also, are you continuing the definitive version of the game since Stanley Parable has an ultra deluxe version with more content? It really depends. This is actually something I've given myself wiggle room on before, depending on how I was scheduling things. Like, there's stuff that I have slipped between years, or I don't know if I actually ended up doing it or not, but I had planned on it for things like, oh, where is it? I think it was Dark Souls, maybe, that when I was considering it, like, I had 2 years I could put it out in, which was, I could put it in the year it originally came out, or I could put it in the year where it got a PC port, because, like, that'd be the version I was playing. It's like, so it really depends on the game and how I can fit it in. I mean, sometimes I fudge the rules if I really want to do something, or if there are 3 I really want to do, but I know I'm only going to get to 2 in 1 week, then maybe there's like a different version of it that I can stick in a different year. Crazy Taxi had a Steam port, but keys are now like $400. Ooh, yeah, no, definitely not. We got most of the stuff on sale for, because, as I mentioned, we did most of this list in like January. We were able to wish list everything, and then when the summer sales, when the spring sales, when all the sales came through, we were able to get stuff at pretty big discounts. But yeah, if we're going to look at the more modern stuff that we have listed here, like, obviously 2026 is only halfway-ish over, so I don't know what we're going to put in there. But from last year, 2025, I got Blueprints and Expedition 33. 2024, we have Balatro and Metaphor Fantasio. We have Baldur's Gate 3 in 2023, Returnal, Cocoon, and now Viewfinder is an option there. We have Elden Ring, which again, we're more likely to do the shorter, somewhat less well-known ones. I played Elden Ring once before on stream. My computer did not like it. We ran into some frame rate and encoding issues. Then, like, we've got Dyson Sphere programming at Psychonauts. You've got Crazy Taxi 3 on your PC, and you're able to map the keyboard controls to the PS4 controller. Interesting. The funny thing about controller-based games is that I was actually in physical pain. I don't think it was the last game I played on controller, but the one before, because what we were playing on it was... Where is it? Here. Super Meat Boy. If you're not familiar with what Super Meat Boy is, it is a relatively difficult platformer. So I'm not used to holding the controller, and yet I'm here to be like, ah, 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 trying to like not die. Didn't they announce a new Crazy Taxi? I think I did hear news about that recently, and I forget if it was good news or bad news. Like if everyone was like excited, or like they saw the demo and it was missing all the things that were supposed to make Crazy Taxi good. Let's see. Yeah, there was apparently an announcement trailer for Crazy Taxi World Tour 1 month ago. So, apparently originally came out on Dreamcast. Nice. But yeah, we've got a lot of stuff to get through here. And it'll be interesting when I get to, let's see. We're currently at the end of 2013, so we've got 13 more years to get through. 1 year per week. That means 13 weeks. Which means in approximately 3 months, which will put us in late October, we get to go back through this list, find all the games that we played, then gave them like one stream, but that we actually want to finish, and we'll move forward with there, trying to finish those games. And no longer be on our such a structured, timeline-based schedule, and we'll just play games until we can actually beat them. So I'm looking forward to that. And I'm also looking forward to a bunch of the stuff on this list, because so much here seems interesting. Either because I've not played it before, which is the case with a lot of things, like it was with the Stanley Parable here. You know, it's still on your binger list, just to probably let down when it finally releases. Yeah. But, like, there's also things like Transistor that is just, it's such a beautiful, such a good game. There's no way I'm going to skip it. Which is the same thing for why we played Rogue Legacy this week. Rogue Legacy, I believe, is still the only game in my Steam library that I have 100% of the achievements on. In fact, I like Rogue Legacy so much that several years after it released, they added a new achievement, and I went back and got that one too. But you would have to change the music to the original since they changed it when repping the files. Oh. So this is actually something I ran into back here in the 90s. Where is it? Which year was it? It was later 90s, right? Did I delete it? Yeah, here it is. So I was unable to get Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 to work with the original soundtrack. And I'd said on stream at the time, like when I was planning it, like talking about it like this beforehand, it was just like, if we can get Tony Hawk Pro Skater 2 to work with the original soundtrack, then we'll play it. If not, we won't. And I couldn't get it to work with the original soundtrack, so I didn't play it. Now, that said, YouTube really hates it when you use original soundtracks like this. This was something I ran into with... what file does it use? This is all, like... The trick here is one of compatibility. I couldn't get it to run properly on Windows, so I had, like, a Windows 98 virtual machine I was trying to get it to run in. But no, I couldn't get... The version with the full soundtrack is the old version that you need, like, weird compatibility things to get working properly, and I just couldn't get it working properly. So that was the case there. This wasn't like I grabbed an abandonware copy. Because this, once we go back far enough, half this stuff was like purchased because it's still available, and half was like abandonware. Just because that's how you were able to get some of these things back in the day. Or these things from back in the day. But, yeah. So that's why. Like, some of these things, like, I had to do some weird compatibility stuff. Yeah, Oregon Trail 3 we ran in the what is it? Either Windows 98 or Windows 95 virtual machine. Like, there was this weird in-between section in the mid-90s, early 2000s that sucked on a technical level to stream, because late 80s, early 90s, you put everything in DOSBox, it just works. It's perfect. It's great. It just does what you need it to do. But then once you get to some of the 90s stuff that was like the early Windows stuff that no longer works properly on DOSBox and doesn't properly work with compatibility, it works on the website for Oregon Trail 3. Interesting. I forget if I played anything on the website, because I know that I think it's My Abandonware was the one I was using. A lot of these games you can play embedded in the browser, or at least the super old ones. But we'll see about some of the others. But yeah, there's a bunch of stuff here. But coming up, what we're looking for, it's like Transistor is going to be great. Shovel Knight, by all accounts, should be really good. Broken Age sounds good. And then Undertale. The funny thing is, despite how well known it is, I know very, very little about Undertale besides the generic things of like, I know that there is the pacifist route and that you need for like to kill no one to get that ending, and then there's the genocide route where you kill everyone. And I think the genocide route is where Sans is just like, I'm gonna kick your ass now. But that's really all I know for Undertale. The problem is, the time to beat estimate is 7 hours, and that's more than one stream, and I don't know if I'm going to get to that. Look up Yag. Is that the name of a game, or? Oh, yag.im. Okay. Games catalog. Interesting. I will look into that. The problem is, while I was doing this, I found multiple different abandonware sites, and some of them had like sketchy executables packaged in their stuff. So no. I mean, I believe you that it works. The question is if it does anything else. Now, if it all runs in the web browser, it's probably good. But I will keep this in mind. I will look into that site though for if and when we go back to some of this older stuff and see if there's anything else that I had issues getting to run that will work there instead. It doesn't have download? Yeah. No, I got that from you saying that it works in the web browser earlier. But okay, so yeah. So this is the kind of stuff we have coming up. It's a lot more of the smaller indie titles because I like them. And yeah, so next week we're looking at one day for Dungeons & Dragons Online because the Terror of the Demogorgon expansion released. So we're definitely going to be going through all the new quests there. See if we can hit the new level cap, all that sort of stuff. We will be doing Transistor, definitely, and then probably Broken Age, and then if we fit in a fourth stream night, probably Shovel Knight. That's the plan for this upcoming week. Can I also add Oregon Trail 4? I think Oregon Trail 4 is too far in the past now, right? Did it come out after 2013? Yeah, that's 1999. Yeah, I can't say I am likely to go back to Oregon Trail 4. Like, I appreciate the recommendation, but it's not a genre I'm as big into. I mostly hit Oregon Trail 3 because that's the one I had nostalgia for. But there's just so much on the list, I don't really see myself hitting Oregon Trail 4. And this list is mostly forward-looking. Like, this is just, like, for what I have played, but this whole series is that each week we move forward by 1 year. So we started the year in 2080, or 2080, 1986. And, oh, Detroit Becoming Human. Ah, yeah, that's one I don't think is on here, but... When did that come out? 2018. You know, that doesn't have as much competition as some other years. Because this doesn't necessarily have an ordered list, like prioritized for what I'm likely to pick. Because as I mentioned, it's most likely we're most likely only going to get to 2 from each year, at least until we get to modern day, and then I can just go back through the full list and pick whatever the hell I want. But I think we're almost definitely going to do Celeste. And then I think number 2 was Return of the Obra Dinn. Oh, see, here's an example of what I was talking about earlier. God of War can go 2018 or 2022, depending if I want to go, it's like, oh, but this is how it originally released, and oh no, this is the PC release. GTA 5? I think the big problem with the Grand Theft Auto games is they're really, really hard to show in one sitting, just based on the size of them, which is why even these ones where I have listed some of these bigger names, I haven't really done the bigger names as much. Like, there's a big problem for something like Elden Ring. It's like, giving it only a 4-hour block is a little problematic. But I will add GTA to the list to look into it, because one of the, we'll say, goals of this whole thing was to have this sort of exploration of a bunch of different, like, linchpins in gaming history. And Grand Theft Auto is one of those linchpins, and we didn't hit, like, the original or anything. Let's see, GTA 5 was 2013, so it has just barely missed, because we have just finished 2013. But it's a good shout out that it is a huge series that was broadly influential that we just didn't get to. Henry Stickmin collection. So, the problem with the Henry Stickmin collection is a problem with me. Because I have watched multiple YouTube videos of different people playing through the Henry Stickmin collection. So I already know so even though I've never played it, I think I know every plot line, what every choice does already. Which is unfortunate, because that is an excellent recommendation, but I have already, like, 100% spoiled it for myself. So... But you're right, that is something that didn't come up at all when I was searching through and for things to add to the list. I just missed it entirely. But yeah, it's, like, another one that I've been on a kick recently that I keep looking at, which is, Trees Hate You, the demo. Oh, you know what? I should add that. I'm going to add Trees Hate You, because I've seen the demo played a bunch of times, but the full release isn't out yet. And Trees Hate You is, a bunch of people keep calling it a rage game, which, I mean, I guess, to me, I just think troll level, because as far as content I have consumed in the past, a lot of Mario Maker troll levels, you know, Carl Sagan, 42, Just Cook, all those sorts of people, seen a lot of that. So when I see Trees Hate You, I'm just like, oh yeah, I know this style of game. It is a quote-unquote rage game, but it's not the kind that's just going to be like a Jump King that's just going to really punish you for specific mechanical failings if you miss a jump. It's essentially a memory puzzle, wherein, like, you walk forward, you're like, oh shit, what's going to happen here? And then something random flies in off screen and kills you. And you're like, all right, remember that when you walk into this room, take a step to the left. And it's just a building memory puzzle. We actually played one of those earlier. Oddworld, Abe's Exodus, is very, very similar in gameplay style to that. wherein like you enter and it's just like there are guys who are completely invisible in shadow until like you walk in and they kill you, and it's like, all right, I know there's a guy in there now, so you can play around it, and it turns into basically a memory game. Is Life is Strange still under that too long for one sitting category? It's a modern FMV game. Really? That genre is mostly dead. Let's see. Late Shift. Is this, it's showing up on IMDb as a movie. Late Shift game. Let's see, when did this come out? 2016. I think the closest I got to an FMV interactive game was we did play a big chunk of the Indigo Prophecy, also known as Fahrenheit, depending on where you are in the world. So that's 2016. 2016 is too packed. There's too much other stuff I want to do here that besides an FMV story game, unfortunately. What was the other one? It's an interactive movie. Yeah. The old walking simulator style. Life is Strange. Do I have that on my list already? It's an adventure game by Squeenix. 2015. And then there's a re-release this year. I'm going to add it to the list. It is unlikely that it will displace one of the others I already have in 2015. But I'm going to add it to the list to potentially come back to later on. Because it's a game I've at least heard of and might be worth looking into. Let's see. What's the playtime on it? About 14 hours for main story. Okay. Yeah. So, thank you for all the suggestions, but I think it's about time that we ended for the night. We finished playing the game like 45 minutes ago. Or half hour ago? It's been a while. But no, which is fine, because I love talking about all this stuff. Like, there's so many games to get to, and there's so many different ways they're good, because, like, we fit so many different genres, which, by the way, going back to what I said earlier about being really, really bad at the marketing and social media side of things, switching rapidly between all sorts of different genres is awful for things like YouTube's algorithm, who has no clue who to show to the stream to. None at all. It gets very confused, and sometimes just decides to not show it to anybody. But yeah, it's a really, really bad decision from the whole content creator perspective. But I came up with the idea for the project. I've really enjoyed doing it so far. It's been a great time. I've seen so many different games so far, and there's so many more to come. It's been a really good time. So I think we're gonna call it here for the night. I'm on the East Coast, so it is after midnight. And yeah, I think tomorrow should either be Transistor or Dungeons & Dragons Online. So with that, thank you very much for everyone for stopping by, for hanging out, for chatting, for lurking, for following, like, comment, subscribe, all the buttons, notifications, whatever other buttons there are. Memberships? I have no idea if it even lets me get memberships. Whatever. You're on the internet. You know where the buttons are. You know what they do. If you want the buttons to do the things that they do, hit the buttons. If not, I appreciate everyone being here anyway. This was a heck of a time here in the Stanley Parable, and I hope to see everyone around in the future. Thank you very much, and good night.